Many of our paper presenters and participants I can see, they have also joined and others are joining. So I request ICRT headquarters to please start the conference. And I also request ICRT headquarters to please proceed this seminar on Facebook Live. I, Dr. Monica Dillo, Assistant Professor, Department of English, M.D.S.D. College, take this great opportunity to welcome all dignitaries, speakers, academicians, paper presenters, and participants who have joined today in this one-day online national seminar on Indigenous literature, retrospects, and prospects. We are grateful to all who have accepted our invitation to be the part of this academic feast of learning and introspection. We are glad that we have gathered here on this online platform to discuss, understand, and appreciate the culture, history, and humanity of Native peoples. Through the platform of this seminar, we can gain insights into the experiences of people who have been historically marginalized and whose stories are often left out of mainstream. Now, before proceeding further, it's our holy tradition to worship Ma Saraswati before any important event. So let me dedicate a prayer to Ma and seek her blessings. Om Saraswati Maya Drishtva Veena Pustak Dharanim Hans Vahini Samayukta Ma Vidyadan Karoti Me. Om. I feel privileged to have among us distinguished intellectuals, our keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Verma from Department of English, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Kanpur Kala Sonipat, and Dr. Himanshu Parmar from Department of English, HP University, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh. I also welcome Dr. Sanjeev from Government College, Narayangarh. Welcome you, sir. We rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to such academicians. I welcome you, sir. I also extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Virender Pal from Kurukshetra University. He will share the technical session 1. I also welcome Dr. Alka Sharma and Dr. Shivangi. Now I invite esteemed Madam Karamjeet Kaur, who is our patron and the officiating principal of M.D.S.D. College, to address today's seminar. Please, ma'am.
Good morning. Robert Browning has once said, "The best is yet to be the last of life for which the first was made." Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure and joy to welcome all the participants and dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Ashok Verma, Professor, Department of English, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana, and Dr. Himanshu Parmar, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, who will deliver their thoughts on indigenous literature. I also welcome our respected session chairs, Dr. Virender Paul, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and Dr. Rajesh Chauhan, SHN College, Ambala City. I am sure that we all will feel and enriched with knowledge of indigenous people and literature at the end of the seminar. We are honored to have such a distinguished group of teachers and research scholars who have joined us today. My best wishes are with the organizers, Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Monica Dhillon, Dr. Anchal, Dr. Suniti, and the participants for great success of the seminar, which is the result of the hard work of many days. Let us all take advantage of this opportunity to grow and learn together. Thank you so much. Wish you all the very, very best. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your blessings and for your motivation. Now I invite Dr. Anuradha, convener of this seminar, for a brief introduction to the conference theme.
Thank you so much, Monica ma'am. And thank you so much, Karamjit ma'am, for your kind blessings to all of us. Before my presentation, I also would like to take the blessing of Ma Saraswati for success of our seminar, Indigenous Literature, Retrospects and Prospects. Saraswati Mahabhage, Vidya Kamla Lochne, Vidya Rupe Vishalakshi, Vidyam Dehi Namostute. As we all know that indigenous literature has progressed over time and has been narrated in multiple ways by diverse authors through various genres. The prevalence and retellings of narratives in contemporary literature has carved a special niche in the colorful yet perplexing world of indigenous literature. The main objective to initiate this discussion is to encourage quality research papers providing meaningful insight to facilitate dissemination of knowledge among academicians and researchers worldwide. Indeed, as we all know that indigenous literature has a rich range of storytelling, poetry, as well as oral traditions that encapsulates the cultural heritage and lived experiences of indigenous people around the world. Despite its significance, indigenous literature often remains marginalized within mainstream literary discourse, overshadowed by dominant narratives and voices. This area seeks to explore the diverse literary forms utilized by indigenous writers, including oral storytelling, poetry, and plays. It often addresses themes of identity, land, spirituality, and resistance, reflecting the historical and contemporary experiences of indigenous communities. The themes in the seminar explore worldwide cultural values and struggle for self-determination. Indigenous literature, as we know, that spanning diverse cultures and geographies, serves as a powerful expression of indigenous people experiences, struggles, and resilience as well. Rooted in oral traditions and storytelling practices that have been passed down through generations, indigenous literature encompasses a wide array of forms from ancient myths and legends. Thus, in addition to preserving cultural heritage, indigenous literature serves as a platform for indigenous people to reclaim their narratives, challenges, and assert their identities in the face of colonialism and cultural erasure. Historically, indigenous voices have been marginalized within mainstream literary discourse, overshadowed by dominant narratives that perpetuate stereotypes. Thus, the present seminar will result in dynamic expression of indigenous cultures, histories, and identities, reflecting the resilience, creativity, and diversity of indigenous people around the world. By preserving cultural heritage, empowering indigenous voices, and challenging dominant narratives. I also would like to thank you, Dr. Ashok Verma, Dr. Himanshu sir, Sanjeev sir, Virendra sir, Alka ma'am, my dear friend Shivangi, Monica, Anchal, Puniti, Neela ma'am, Nikita ma'am, for being enthusiastic force behind such a big day. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for making this seminar a great day. Thank you so much, and I welcome all the participants and dignitaries. Thank you so much.
The keynote address of today's seminar will be delivered by Professor Ashok Verma. And before inviting Sir for his address, let me briefly introduce his profile. Dr. Verma is a brilliant academician and a scholar par excellence who has nearly 2 dozen research publications to his credit. He has contributed 8 chapters in scholarly books, and has been invited as a speaker in 33 conferences and seminars. His areas of academic interest are marginal writings and Indian literature in English. He is member of the Shakespeare Association of India and Society for Promotion of English Language and Literature. Apart from academic responsibilities, he has also served as the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Languages, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Coordinator NAC, Professor in charge of Central Library, Chairperson of Department of English from session 2017 to 2020, and Controller of Examination session 2016 to 17. Now I invite Sir for his scholarly address.
Hello. I hope I am audible to you.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Monica, for the nice introduction. And I was wondering whether the things you are saying, brilliant scholars and discharging all those responsibilities. I mean, am I the same person? That, in fact, is difficult to believe. So,
Sir, you are the same person. That's why you came here to deliver the lecture.
thank you. In fact, this is an academic gathering, and in an academic gathering, all of us, I guess, are teachers, academicians, researchers, and that, in fact, should be the sole introduction, sole identity. We will be talking about identity as well. So this is our sole identity here. In any case, first of all, I must congratulate the organizers for choosing this particular topic, indigenous literature, retrospects and prospects. The timing of the seminar that is superb. I mean, it could not have been better. Perhaps many of us are aware that only yesterday, it was 9th of August, and 9th of August is celebrated as the UN International Day for Indigenous Peoples, and it's a long tradition, which I guess it started in 1994, and 9th of August it's celebrated worldwide as the International Day for Indigenous People. So that's a wonderful timing, of course, and when the timing was being discussed, I remember I said the seminar could be either on the 9th or the 10th. So it is happening on the 10th of August. That's really commendable. So I must congratulate the organizers for conducting this particular academic event on such a relevant topic. Having said that, let me come to the title of the seminar. The title of the seminar is. I would be sharing my screen now. The title of the seminar that I received from the organizers. It is yes, of course. I guess my screen is visible to you all. Is my screen visible? Monica ji?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah, okay. So the title of the seminar, it is Indigenous Literature, Retrospects and Prospects. The keywords, there are 4 keywords here. Indigenous, yes, of course, that is the most important word to be discussed. Then we come to indigenous literature or literature as such.
Full screen में आ
And then, yes, of course.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, kindly make your presentation full screen.
All right. Just a minute, please. This is. Should I do it like this should okay?
Sir,
This should be
on the
fine.
slides. Yes.
Thank you. So I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible to you. Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible and your screen is visible as well.
Right. Thank you. I'm not very good at using the technology, so you will have to bear with me on that. Uh, we were talking about the key words here, indigenous literature, retrospects, and prospects. Obviously, the key term, which obviously is at the center of the discussion, is indigenous. But then literature, retrospects, and prospects, they also need to be discussed. Uh, First of all, yes, of course, we would like to discuss indigenous, or before indigenous, let us come to the indigene. Indigene etymologically, it comes from a Latin word, and yes, of course, it literally means born within. As students of literature, yes, of course, we understand the term as a reference to the first or the earliest known habitants of a particular region, of a particular landmass. And the first reference to this particular term, indigene, that took place or occurred in Thomas Brown's book, the famous book, that is Pseudodoxia Epidemica in 1646. So it's not a new term. That was the point which I wanted to establish. Though indigenous literature and indigenous communities, indigenous people, uh, we have started talking about or taking note of quite recently. So indigene, that in fact is a concept which has already been there and since times immemorial, like the indigenous communities. Okay, uh, so going by this particular literal definition, we could say that the indigenous people, they are the inheritors and practitioners of unique cultures and ways of relating to people and the environment. Environment is one important word here because the indigenous peoples, they in fact are closely associated with their natural environment. They do retain social, economic, political characteristics which are distinct from those of the so-called dominant or mainstream society. Uh, Again, indigenous communities, they in fact have a historical continuity in the sense that their existence predates uh, invasion when the invaders came to a particular region and displaced them from their status of being the natives. And presently, I have put it in bold. Uh, Presently, they are non-dominant. So indigenous are the people. Um, I'm reminded of Anand Neelakantan's expression, which he uses in his novel Asur. The subtitle of the novel is The Tale of the Vanquished. So the indigenous people are the vanquished people. Vanquished in the sense that they were decimated, they were uh, de- um, dethroned, if we may use that expression. And yes, of course, they were relegated into the background, absolutely negligent. So nobody notices them. If we talk about some other characteristics of these people, obviously, uh, they wish to transmit their ancestral territories, ethnic identity as well as the basis of their continued existence as peoples. When we say peoples, grammatically it might sound incorrect, but yes, of course, we do use people in the plural form as peoples to show the different communities of indigenous people, and they do have shared ancestry. Yes, of course, specific, distinct, unique cultural traits that they have, indigenous practices, beliefs, indigenous knowledge, and yes, of course, their identities. They are some of the things that perhaps we we know, and yes, of course, we wish to explore. Then I wish to draw your attention to some of the terms which are in vogue nowadays. Indigenous, we are already talking about, then Aboriginal, then tribal, Adivasi, Vanavasi, Mool Nivasi. So, and there could be other terms which are being used to denote the natives, uh, who in fact have been living continuously at a particular place in a particular region. And the title of the slide that is a bit catchy. Um, Coming from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, what's in a name? So I thought we have been using all these terms, and yes, of course, using them as synonyms that could be contentious as well. But then, indigenous is a term which is uh, which is an umbrella term here. It's more composite than any of the terms that we see on the screen. Indigenous is more inclusive. Indigenous is more comprehensive to include all such communities around the globe. So it's better that we use them as we use the term indigenous for for all scholarly debates. Uh, Aboriginal, yes, of course, as students of literature, we are aware that Aboriginals, the moment we say this term, the first thing that comes to our mind is the Australian natives, because the term was first used for them. So Aboriginals, then tribals, you know, around the globe, and particularly in India, tribal literature that is quite emerging as an area of academic investigation. So tribal, Adivasi, that you could say is the Hindi synonym for tribal. Vanuvasi and Mool Nivasi. these are certain expressions. Vanavasi would be forest dweller, and Mool Nivasi would be another term for the natives. So different groups, different communities prefer to use different terms, but for the sake of better understanding, we must adhere to the term indigenous. That's what I propose. And yes, of course, we can have a discussion on it later on. This I have already said. The UN International Day for Indigenous People of the World, 9th of August. And this, in fact, was an initiative at the global level to recognize, to, respect the natives who otherwise were decimated systematically by the powerful, obviously the colonial masters by and large. So there are certain facts about the indigenous people. They in fact are spread over the whole of the world. Uh, and right from the Arctic region to the South Pacific, obviously, and their number it's quite significant, more than 300 million according to an estimate. That in fact is a graphical representation of, and I have borrowed the picture from the UN website. So that is a representation, pictorial representation of the variety, the diversity, the multi culturalism, the plurality of human race all over the world. Uh, some more data. There are, yes, of course, 5,000 communities, 5,000. So 5,000 communities, which in fact have been recognized by the UN as indigenous people. And they are spread over more than 70 countries. The indigenous people, in the last slide, we were talking about their population. So it in fact roughly comes to 6% of the world population. And when we talk about their uniqueness, obviously the pictures would be telling. These are telling pictures, which in fact show them as they are, and we have to accept them. We have to embrace them as they are. Uh, I also thought it would be in fitness of things to have a brief overview of the UN's effort, United Nations efforts towards making a systematic attempt at preserving the indigeneity of the natives. So the journey, in fact, began on 9th of August 1982, when the first meeting uh, regarding this was held at the UN, and that is why now you understand. In order to commemorate that particular date, 9th August was declared in 1994 as the first UN International Day for indigenous peoples of the world. In 1993, before that, yes, of course, the first international year, 1993 was declared as the first international year for indigenous peoples, so that the world, in fact, comes to know about them. And yes, of course, it was an effort at sensitizing the world about the existence of the indigenous communities. Then 2014, a world conference on indigenous people was organized, and 2019 That, in fact, was the second international year celebrated in order to recognize and respect the, the indigenous communities. Then the 3 decades, yes, of course, continuing with the international day and year, the UN also declared these decades as the decade of the indigenous people. So UN, you could see the seriousness of the efforts of the UN at at making us as so-called mainstreamers um, aware about the existence of the indigenous communities. So 1995 to 2004, that was the first decade. Then continuously 2005 to 2015, the second one, and presently in the 2022, uh, the UN declared the third decade for the indigenous peoples. And in 2011, I guess, yeah, 17th UN International Day, the theme was indigenous designs, celebrating stories and cultures, crafting our own culture. So, theme-based celebration of the days that once again calls for a holistic approach towards an important segment of the world's population that is there. And if we come to the theme of 2024, only yesterday the day was celebrated. So the theme was protecting the rights of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact. Now, see here the expression voluntary isolation that drew my attention, and that to me is very important. Uh, Time and again, we in fact talk about their displacement and their settlement as mainstreamers, but we must recognize that the indigenous people, they in fact uh, have or can gel with their natural environments like anything, and as such, they in fact are one with the forest. So they should not be separated from their natural habitat. So voluntary isolation, yes, of course, that in fact is how they can retain their identity, and that is the most natural thing that we must understand and recognize. I have provided the link of the website where you could find more data on the celebration of the day. Coming to our own country, the indigenous population in India, uh, it is around 8.2%. Uh, when we were talking about this percentage at global level, it was around 6. But here in India, the indigenous population, it is around 8.2%. And yeah, in India, we prefer to call or recognize them as tribals. And some of the states, they are so rich in this diversity, particularly Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, then the entire northeast and the southern states, Telangana and all. They are quite rich in the population as far as tribal people are concerned. Uh, Southern Rajasthan, in particular, and this is quite significant. Southern Rajasthan, that means you go towards Udaipur, uh, and the districts that share border with Gujarat. There, of course, 52% of the total population is tribal population. So that means we simply cannot uh, turn a blind eye or turn a cold shoulder on the tribals by terming them as exotic as the other. They have to be recognized as fellow human beings, right? And according to this is an interesting observation made by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in some case, where it was said that the scheduled tribes, the STs, they in fact are the indigenous people of of India. So that comes, this statement comes in recognition of the identity and the existence of these people. Uh, Coming to the issues related to some of the basic issues I shall be touching upon, because I'm sure these issues and challenges and various aspects of indigeneity, they will be discussed in the papers to be presented in the seminar, and yes, of course, by the keynote, by the uh, valedictory speaker and the session chairs as well. So some of the issues which I could just jot down. Uh, First and foremost is basic human rights. As we know, I mean, the diachronic study will show uh, indigenous peoples, they have been denied even the basic human rights, basic human existence for n number of reasons. Obviously, the power politics has been there, and I shall be quoting some of the examples from our own country. Then yes, of course, the issue of identity. Uh, well, as the natives, as the uh, tribals, they in fact have every right to hold on to their identity, and we should respect that. So there are so many nuances related to the issue of identity. So the political intervention and all those things that complicates the things. But yes, of course, uh, the people, they do have an identity, and that identity they are very proud of. Land rights, yes, of course, uh, that relates to all those efforts uh, by the regime to to oust them, to banish them from the natural environments, the forests where they have been living for generations together. Uh, the language and the culture, yes, of course. Language and culture is language and culture. These are two interrelated aspects of the same thing, and they are closely interrelated. Yes, of course, as far as uh, the indigenous peoples are concerned, the issues have to be addressed, and the grievances to be redressed. Some of the challenges that I thought I should be talking about. Uh, Mainstreaming is one challenge. Mainstreaming of the indigenous people, the tribal people. I'm using them synonymously. So uh, here, I would like to uh, have opinions from from the house as well during the question answer session. Do we really require the mainstreaming of the tribals? And if at all, then in what sense, in what ways which kind of strategy has to be developed, has to be evolved in order to help the tribals retain their identity and at the same time become a part of the mainstream. So that in fact is a challenge for all of us as academics. Then another challenge is the demythification of the othering, the process of othering I am referring to, because we know that throughout history, they in fact were seen as the other, and not only as the other, but the exotic other. All of us uh, have seen the colonial phase where you know the African and Asian cultures were seen as the other by the European colonial masters. So that in fact applies to indigenous people as well. And one of the challenges that we are faced with as students of literature uh, is how to demythify the othering so that we may recognize them as equals. So before that, yes, of course, the process of othering has to be discussed a bit, though it's in brief. So the first thing that was done by the mainstream to present the tribals as the other is that you present them as uncouth, wild, uncivilized, uncultured, and the second option, which in fact was worse, that was branding them as criminals. I hope many of us are aware of the plight of the criminal tribes. Certain tribes during the British regime were branded as criminals. Uh, the year was 1871. The ill-famous mm, Criminal Tribes Act 1871 that was passed uh, by the then uh, British government uh, in order to curb the menace of the tribes, particularly in the wake of the revolt of 1857. This is how they presented. For us, it was the first war of independence. Remember, so branding them as criminals, so automatically they become the other, and there are absolutely no possibilities for them to join the mainstream. Then downplaying their practices as exotic. In the previous slide, I was talking about the exotic other. So presenting their practices, presenting their rituals and beliefs as exotic, thereby mythifying and mystifying them. So in the previous slide, I was talking about one particular challenge. That challenge is how to demythify and demystify the exotic the aura, so-called aura of exoticism, which in fact has been created for them. That's an interesting poem I found sometime. It's a poem by a little African boy. And see, uh, I would like to read it to you. I born, I black. I young, I black. In sun, I black. When angry, I black. I sick, I black. When scared, I black. I die, I black. And white man, he born, he pink. He young, he white. In sun, he red. He scared, he blue. He sick, he yellow. He die, he gray. And still, you call us colored. So this is in fact a very strong expression by the indigenous peoples for the so-called colonial image, which in fact was propagated with uh, hidden political as well as economic interests. So uh, this, I think, I mean, I couldn't find a more suitable expression by when we talk, can the subaltern speak? So this is how a subaltern speaking. And that also reminds me of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. I mean, this is how you try to assert your identity on the so-called mainstreamers. Um, when we talk about the threat, the threat to the languages, indigenous languages. Uh, yes, of course, there is a quote from Richard Littlebear, a famous author in the field, where he says, in the transnational flow of wealth, technology and information, the currency of world languages is inflated, while that of local languages is flattened and devalued. So, if we talk about the languages, world languages, the popular languages, so-called world languages such as English, that in fact is devouring the local languages, uh, finishing the local languages, and one particular critic said, I think it was Ijaz, Dr. Ijaz Ahmad, maybe. I will have to check out. But then, the death of a language, that in fact is the death of a culture. And not only the death of a culture, but the death of the entire wisdom that community has. So tribal languages in particular are threatened by the dominance, by the supremacy of the world languages. Sorry. So indigenous languages, they are vulnerable, yes, of course, because they exist in the macrocosm of English language and its awesome ability to displace and eliminate other languages. Awesome within single quotes, of course. So that is the sorry state of affairs. Uh, Talking about the languages again, coming to our own country, there are 1,652 living languages in India, according to official data, and just 22 languages which are listed in the eighth schedule of the Constitution. And still, out of 92 major non-scheduled languages, 88. So out of 92, 88. That's a great percentage. So 88 are tribal languages. And today we are faced with a challenge to save these tribal languages. Okay. Uh, One particular festival of the indigenous communities. Then I chose this picture from one of the communities where you could see the old man is so very keen on transmitting, transferring his wisdom, his being, the essence of his culture to the next generation. Yes, of course. Uh, so revitalization of indigenous languages, that becomes important here, and there have been certain initiatives at different levels in different parts of the world, but uh, yes, of course, we have to do more because the efforts are not enough. Uh, this is again about the same kind of effort by uh, the same kind of assertion by the indigenous peoples. This is again a good a quote from a poem where a common hate, enriched of love and us. Common hate by the self uniting the other of indigenous communities. So that, in fact, I thought I would show to you. Uh, Climate and forests. Nowadays, we have been talking about uh, the protection of forests from human intervention, and the tribals, they are being ousted. They are being thrown out of their natural habitat. But let me tell you, the tribals, they in fact have been living there in perfect harmony with their surroundings. And I'm reminded of one particular practice, tribal practice in Meghalaya. Perhaps you have heard about the living root bridge. So that in fact was an innovation of the tribal people to cross the rivers and rivulets. Uh, they would just direct the roots of trees, and yes, of course, with the passage of time, those roots, in fact, will become so strong that they would act as a bridge to cross over the flowing river. So, uh, what I mean to say that the indigenous people, the tribals, they in fact know, understand, and they worship. They have a sense of reverence for the natural environment, perhaps more than the civilized people like us. So they have been. I chose this picture for the sheer beauty of it, where the child, uh, you know, in his traditional attire, appears so very beautiful. So, can't he take pride in his own identity? That is the question he seems to ask here. To tribal children here, um, yes, of course, there is this, in fact, has something to do with the process of othering, but I thought I would just make a passing reference to the process of denial. And as a counter process, the process of acknowledgement. Why denial in fact was used by the mainstreamers, the colonial masters, and why we need a parallel or counter process of acknowledgement in order to uh, give the indigenous people their due, which they so richly deserve. So the denial in fact is the process whereby atrocities are, number one, neutralized, number two, normalized, seen as something normal, and they are legitimized, or at least they are rendered invisible, invisible by saying uh, it's not important. Yes, of course. So neutralization, normalization, legitimization, and the process of making them unimportant or invisible. That, in fact, was the process of denial. And it is not only denial of identity, it was denial of knowledge, feeling, responsibility, and many more things. And as a counter process, we have acknowledgement, which is perhaps sorry, which is perhaps the first step towards remediation of those atrocities which in fact were heaped upon and are being heaped upon the indigenous communities. So it is the first step that you acknowledge. Only then you would be taking a remedial measure for all those inhuman atrocities, instances of inhuman treatment of the indigenous communities. Uh, then we let us come to indigenous literature, and I'm sure. I mean, my presentation was about indigeneity and the concept, the issues, and the challenges. But I thought, since we will be talking about indigenous literature uh, in the seminar, yes, of course, we should touch upon that aspect also. So just a slide or two on indigenous literature. We know that when we talk about literature, we primarily talk about the written literature. But one challenge, you could treat it as a challenge also, that one challenge about the indigenous literature is that it is mostly oral, still mostly oral, and a lot is still required to be done in that direction. And that is where we as academics play a role in documenting the indigenous wisdom, and yes, of course, all their songs and all those stories and the narratives. One question that came to my mind while I was pondering over this expression, indigenous literature, uh, whether it is literature written for about indigenous communities, irrespective of who writes it, or it is literature written by the members of the indigenous communities only. So, which literature qualifies to be called indigenous literature? And that brings me to that question. Uh, the debate actually, which goes on uh, in Dalit writings as well. When we talk about Dalit literature, the same question is asked. Uh, when Mulkraz Anand wrote Untouchable, can we treat Mulkraz Anand as a Dalit writer, or a Dalit writer would be only who himself comes from that particular community? So the Swanubhut and Sahanubhut model here, uh, that in fact needs to be discussed. The Swanubhut is what you experience yourself. Okay, so empathized versus sympathized model. So that in fact is for us to deliberate upon as to what should be the definition of indigenous literature. Shouldn't it be when we are talking about the term indigenous and trying to establish it as an umbrella term for all such communities, can't we make our definition of indigenous literature uh, more comprehensive to include those writings maybe written by somebody, but then written for or about the indigenous communities, right? So that obviously, I'm sure, is going to be discussed. When we talk about the authors, as far as the indigenous communities in India are concerned, uh, obviously Mahashweta Devi, she is the pioneer author, and the whole creative um, oeuvre which she has produced, that in fact is dedicated to the tribals, to the have-nots of the interior-most parts of the country. So the Shabar community, the hunter community, and the tribal people, the Santals and all, she has been talking about them in her works. So Mahashweta Devi is, to me, is one writer whom I hold in great esteem for for sensitizing us as readers, sensitizing us towards the issues and yes, of course, the atrocities which in fact are still on. Uh, uh, Mahashweta Devi, it's a small quote. I thought I could read it. Mahashweta Devi, at one particular point of time, while she was writing a foreword to a book by Meena Radhakrishna, uh, she in fact said, I quote, the historians are generally oblivious of tribal existence. So she brings to the fore the inherent irony in our claims and practice, the what you call what we preach and what we practice. So generally, historians are oblivious. This is what she feels of tribal existence. If this be the situation, it is quite expected that they do not know that the denotified nomadic tribes exist. Denotified tribes, the DNTs, as we call them, erstwhile criminal tribes of India, huh, which were denotified in 1952 uh, after independence. Okay, so she says perhaps, yes, of course, the historians, they won't in fact know that there are certain denotified nomadic tribes, but they do. So they do exist. If the mainstream historians do not know or don't want to know, it doesn't mean they cease to exist. They do exist, and it is about their existence. It is about their issues. It is about their lives. It is about their rights. That is the book for which she wrote this forward, and the very title obviously is so compelling. Dishonored by history. That is the title. Criminal Tribes and British Colonial Policy. Meena Radhakrishna is the author. And Mahashweta Devi and G.N. Devi, Ganesh and Devi, they in fact are the pioneers, the spearhead, who spearheaded the the movement for the criminal tribes and yes, of course, tribes in general. This particular picture, I thought you would appreciate. I have just zoomed in for you to take note of. Some girls from the Chara community. This is again a criminal tribe. The Charas, they in fact live in a ghetto near Ahmedabad in Gujarat. So see the placards which they are holding. I am Chara. I am artist, not a criminal. I am Chara. I am student, not a criminal. And likewise. And see the placard at the back. गुस्सा बहुत कमजोर, बहुत चतुर होता है, अक्सर कमजोर पर ही निकलता है. So by and by, yes, of course, communities are beginning to uh, beginning to understand themselves, recognize themselves, take pride in their identity, and with that comes the assertion. So this is very important. And Budhan theater, it is related to the same community, and this you could say as you could project as a movement as well. Budhan theater, that in fact was founded by Ganesh and Devi and Mahashweta Devi. Uh, Budhan, in fact, was a tribal who got killed at the hands of the police. Huh? And in order to uh, give recognition to the tribals and to oppose the police atrocities, they in fact named the theater as Budhan Theater. So it's a theatrical group, and Dakshin Kumar Bajrangi, he is the leading person, HRA basically, and he in fact directs plays which show the atrocities, and see the name of the play, the first play, Budhan Bolta Hai, Budhan Bolta Hai, and then there are many. So a revolution of sort is coming by, and yes, of course, these are certain means, certain ways through which uh, the indigenous communities, the tribals in India, they have been finding expression, right? uh, yeah, that was the quote. Okay. uh, which I was just referring to. And yes, of course, we have to talk about the issues, and we have to discuss the challenges uh, of the indigenous communities. We have to understand that the indigenous communities are to be uh, recognized as such, and only then we would be able to preserve them. And not only them, we would be able to preserve the diversity in India, and yes, of course, in and around the world. So I thought I should wind up with the three R's, and the three R's are recognize, respect, and revitalize. So there is, in fact, a need to recognize. First of all, we have to recognize them as fellow human beings. We have to have respect for their traditions, for their beliefs, for their practices, for their rites and rituals, and yes, of course, for their lives. So we have to have respect for them. And when it comes to revitalize our efforts towards preserving indigeneity, obviously, this is how we perhaps will be able to save the diversity. Uh, Normally, we talk about unity in diversity. So we would be able to do some service, some justice to that watchword, unity in diversity, uh, only by adopting the 3R model, where we recognize, we respect, and we revitalize indigeneity in the overall rich cultural heritage of humanity itself. Uh, I have just tried to touch upon certain aspects of indigeneity, and indigenous literature I have left for the uh, paper presenters, and yes, of course, other dignitaries in the seminar. So on that note, I thank you very much for your patient listening. Uh, I would like to address the queries, and if there are any suggestions, they are most welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thoughtful and scholarly deliberation. And now the house is open for questioning and discussions. Any questions from the participants or the paper presenters? Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good
I
morning.
want to know where we will include indigenous literature in mainstream literature. Will the people or the tribe
Your voice is not coming across, madam. Suniti ji, I couldn't hear you properly.
Sir, if
Yes.
we will include indigenous literature in mainstream literature, will the people who tribe will their cultural heritage? What should we do?
I couldn't really understand it. Uh, could you repeat it, please? Your voice is not proper. Could you use another platform, please?
Hello. Sir, could you hear my voice?
Yes, madam, I can.
Sir, her question is that if we'll include mainstream indigenous literature in mainstream literature, will it lose its cultural heritage and how should we preserve it?
If we include, let me repeat the question.
Yes, sir.
Just to ensure I have understood it completely.
Right.
If we include indigenous literature in mainstream literature, will the indigenous literature lose its cultural significance?
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Okay. See, when we talk about assimilation, obviously in the process we lose something and we gain something, right? It doesn't remain the same. The tradition doesn't remain the same. If something is added to it or something is taken away from it. Okay, so if indigenous literature is incorporated into or accepted into the mainstream literature, yes, of course, it is going to enrich the existing corpus of mainstream literature. And
Right.
by simply recognizing it as literature as such, perhaps we could render a service to both mainstream literature as well as indigenous literature. And to the second part of your question, will the indigenous literature lose its cultural significance? No, it won't. Rather, the cultural significance would be all the more highlighted. And by the way, why do we need to lose our cultural heritage in order to join the mainstream? Why can't we retain our identities? Because we are diverse people. So why can't we retain our identities and at the same time be part of the same tradition?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I too have a question. What is the difference between or how to differentiate between indigenous literature and regional literature?
Indigenous and regional, right,
Yes,
madam?
sir. Yes.
Okay. Uh, Regional literature, as the very name suggests, that in fact is specific to a particular region. Okay,
Right, sir.
so regional literature is not about the indigenous groups as such. It may include something on them, but otherwise, indigenous literature is particularly written for or about the indigenous customs, tribes, rituals, and all those. Regional literature may address regional issues.
Right.
Indigenous issues are different.
So sometimes it is said that the songs and the psalms, they are in for example, in the interior villages of Haryana, Jind, etc. Some people say that they are also part of indigenous literature, and some say that no, they are part of regional literature. So some researchers may have this doubt. If you can put your more insights on this.
Sure, thank you. In fact, that's a very pertinent question. And as far as I understand the concept, see, when we talk about the songs and for that matter, pop literature,
Folk literature.
there could be some overlapping elements, but indigenous literature would be that which in fact addresses the issues concerning the natives. And yes, of course, that was the basic definition before the invaders came and pushed them to the background. Now they are not in dominant. Sang, to me, that in fact is a cultural artifact as far as the Haryani culture and region is concerned. But then it is an art form propagated by the mainstream and not those people. So to me, it should not fall under the category of indigenous literature.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Over to Monica, ma'am.
Sir, I have a similar question.
Please, ma'am.
So I want to ask that we as literature teachers teaching literature in English, we have been teaching canonical texts.
Mhm.
And we teach writings from the marginalized only as an optional paper.
Mhm.
So, what is your advice to teachers of literature? What are the points that we should keep in mind while teaching such texts? Because on the part of a teacher teaching such texts, there is always fear of misrepresentation. As Gayatri Spirit has said, that the marginalized or the subaltern can't speak, or they have spoken in oral forms only. So, what is your advice? How teaching of such literature, teaching of literature from the margins, how it is different from teaching of uh, mainstream literature or canonical texts?
Thank you for your question, madam. Yes, of course. Uh, we are talking about the strategies to teach the literature from the margins. Uh, Responding to the first part of your question, see, the entire literary scene, the field of literary studies is evolving. It's dynamic. And once upon a time, perhaps we did not have any segment in literature as we call it today, literature from the margins. So even if it is taught at the optional as an optional paper, this in fact is a kind of recognition of its existence. Number one, and by, yes, of course, the trend is on the increase, on the rise. Fine. Coming to the second part of your question as to how we should teach it. Well, as teachers, first of all, we have to take into consideration the overall ambience of the text of the classroom, isn't it? Because yes, of course, teaching canonical texts is uh, different, and teaching such texts which perhaps the students are not even aware of, certain practices, certain situations, certain responses of the characters, the the students cannot identify with, we have to sensitize them first. And the best strategy for a teacher, to me, would be first sensitize the students. First, talk to them regarding, I mean, without a background, you start teaching a text coming from the margins of the society. Obviously, that would have gaps. So first, we have to talk about the general issues and the differences, the dichotomy, inherent dichotomy between the mainstream literature and the marginal literature. Only then students would be able to identify with the responses of the characters, right? So this could be one way of doing it.
Now, then there is another question, sir, and I think that you have answered it. The question is there any difference between native literature and indigenous literature?
Uh, well, there could be, but there is not. I said there could be. I mean, you talk about two terms. Two terms are never 100% similar. Huh? But uh, for the sake of understanding, because to me, whether it is native literature or indigenous literature or Dalit literature or even feminist literature, it is basically the literature of protest, isn't it? So, using specific terms, obviously you would find or you would like to explain it in one way or the other. But to me, native literature is basically, and indigenous is more popular term nowadays. Once upon a time, we used to use this aboriginal, the term aboriginal for such literature. Now, indigenous is a current term for it. That's it.
Thank you. So then there is another question, and it is how could we preserve culture through literature? And what's the difference between literature and culture? And how could we preserve how could we preserve culture through literature, the teaching of literature?
Thank you, madam. Yes, of course. When we talk about the culture and literature, uh, this, in fact, as students of literature, we have been discussing for years now. See, literature, in fact, is not created in vacuum. It, in fact, is the product of a specific socio-cultural environment, a socio-cultural milieu. It represents it. So, literature and culture, they have a two-way kind of relationship, where literature is constituted by the cultural forces. It, in fact, or in turn, constitutes the cultural relations. So both ways it works. Literature and culture, they in fact influence each other, I must say. So I would not say that only culture influences literature or literature influences the culture. It's a two-way process. It constitutes culture and it gets constituted by the cultural norms. Only then a writer writes. So we have to understand the dynamic relationship between literature and culture.
Thank you, sir. And I think this is a very interesting topic because, sir, as far as Haryana is concerned, I think there are no tribes in Haryana. There may be indigenous people, but here there are no tribes. And so, very clearly, sir has distinguished between what is the difference between literature that is, I mean, oral songs that are being created in the interior of Haryana and how they are different from indigenous literature. And I think sir has cleared all our doubts. And now we will proceed towards technical session 1. And I would like to invite Dr. Suniti to please come and briefly introduce the profile of briefly introduce the profile of Dr. Virender Pal, who will be chairing the first technical session. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Virender Pal is the session chair of this first technical session. He is currently teaching as an associate professor in Institute of Integrated and Honors Studies from Kurukshetra University. He has done his PhD in Australian Aboriginal Literature from Department of English, KU, Kurukshetra. He has completed 2 minor projects, one on Dalit literature and one on politics and India novel. At present, he is doing another minor project on Northeastern literature. He has published 44 papers in reputed national and international journals, including those enlisted in Scopus. He has presented more than 70 papers in various national and international conferences. One PhD has been awarded under his supervision. Sir, I welcome you to chair this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your generous introduction. I think we should start now. How much time do we have for this session? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You are
Am I audible?
We have 1 hour.
दो टाइम से चल रही है, थोड़ा टाइम से कुछ चलता है.
We have first paper by Dr. Yeshu Rai. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah.
एक बार वीडियो
So for the first paper, I would like to invite Dr. Yeshu Rai. Dr. Yeshu is available. Is she there?
Yes, sir, I am available.
Hey, it's he. Sorry. Please proceed with your paper.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Yashu Raitayal, Associate Professor and Head Department of English, Dayanand College, Hisar. I am teaching here for last 32 years, and I am thankful to M.D.S.D College, Ambala, for organizing this national seminar and for giving me this opportunity of presenting this paper. Topic of my paper is Role of Indigenous Literature in Cultural Identity and Heritage, an analysis of Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children and its canonical impact in creating Indianness. My paper tries to explore the role of Indian writers in creating an identity not only for the common masses but also for the heterogeneous social factions in the Indian context. For this study, Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children has been identified as a specimen to explore the preservation of Indian heritage. The writer has used the tools of magic realism to blend historical events with fantastical elements, such as the main character Salim's telepathic abilities, to highlight and transformative nature of India's transition from colonial rule to independence. The novel also explored themes of identity, both personal and political. It addresses the fragmentation and hybridity of post colonial identity, reflecting the diverse and pluralistic nature of Indian society. Although many Indian novels deals with the theme of colonialism and post colonial identity, authors like R.K. Narayan, Mulk Rajanand, and Salman Rushdie have explored the impact of British colonial rule on Indian society and the struggle for independence. Post colonial literature often addresses issues of identity, cultural hybridity, and the search for a national identity. So here it becomes necessary here not only to explore the aspirations and dreams of a modern India from various possible perspectives of cultural identity, shared heritage, and the impacts of our colonial past in shaping our collective future. Through this novel, Midnight's Children by Salman Rushdie, I seek to explore and implore the role of indigenous literature in creating a cultural identity and heritage. The novel has been a critically acclaimed work which has skillfully tried to connect history, culture, and identity to throw some light on the intricacies of Indian cultural heritage and its canonical impact on the indigenous masses. The novel has become a globally recognized work of historical fiction because of its extraordinary narrative and immersing exploration through the Indian history and society. The work combines the personal and the political stories of its main character Salim with the historical events revolving around India's freedom and the brutal partition by skillfully joining the concepts of magical realism with the happenings of the real world. Rushdie has tried to tell a narrative that is a mirror to the complicated and hopeful path of country trying to find its unique Indian identity after the era of bloodshed and mass loot of the colonial design rather than a fantastical narrative. The novel opens with the birth of Salim at the stroke of midnight on August 14, India's independence in the year 1947, portraying a connection that is both personal and national. Through Salim's experiences, Rushdie has tried to explore the multifaceted social fabric of India. The characters and individuals which are portrayed in the novel represent people from various factions and sections of society with different faiths, languages, and reasons, reflecting India's diversity and complexity. This heterogeneity is crucial for the comprehensive understanding of Indian culture and heritage as it questions the idea of the uniformity and homogeneity and sings the praises of the Indian society that prides itself on its flavorful mixture of identities. At the same time, the work brings out Indian myth and folklore into the narrative, and by this, it combines historical data to reveal the richness of the stories that entertain and inspire our collective memory. Rushdie has successfully tried to create a counter historical narrative with a framework of a supposed new historicist thematic principle, which has been presented with fancy and imagination, resulting in a narrative brilliance which not only tells the story of its rich and heterogeneous characters but also tries to foreground them in the context of India, which also at that time was coming of age as a nation. Rushdie has used the concept of magic realism, which can be seen as not only making the narrative a fascinating tale, but also bringing out the mythical attributes of India's cultural history. As the writer merges the concept of mythology with the factual history, he encourages the readers to be like the archaeologists who are always searching for the rich and hidden layers of this country and the endurance of its cultural representations. The novel, as a work of fiction, is an excellent way to highlight social and political problems with the journey of an average Indian boy Salim, and the other characters are placed in problematic situation. So he deals with his own identity, negotiation, nationalism, and even the after effects of the colonialism. The plot of this work is different from the traditional historical narratives on Indian history and contemporary India, and therefore it leads the readers to rethink the history and have a ponderous dialogue, but also it has become global in its quest to create and formalize the social and national aspirations of the indigenous populace. Rushdie's narrative of foregrounding a national identity is relevant to all people from all over the world, and by this, it makes them engage into the conversation about the crossing points of history, memory, and identity. This seminal work is also a record of the way a literature could alternatively contribute to the configuration of ethnicity and nationality. In this way, the usage of its artistic style, and the probe into the issue of diversity to shed light on the diverse dimensions of Indian cultural history. It challenges the readers to think critically about national identity and the relationship between the past and the present, and frankly, the future, which is a formation of a nation by different historical, linguistic, and traditional backgrounds. If we discuss the narration of historical events in the novel, one would immediately be fascinated with the fact that how Rushdie has been able to perfectly blend the fictional narratives with real historical events, such as India's independence and partition. By blending history with imaginative storytelling, Rushdie creates a narrative that reflects the complexities of India's past, helping readers connect with their historical roots and situations that had happened in our violent past. The central character of the novel, Salim Sinai, himself admits after he has been able to achieve something in his life that he has been affected by his social, political, and moral surroundings. He also exclaims that his life is somehow related with the life of an inspiring nation, which is somewhat like Newton's law of motion. Here I quote, I am the sum total of everything that went before me, of all I have been seen done, of everything done to me. I am everyone, everything whose being in the world affected was affected by mine. I am anything that happens after I am gone, which would not have happened if I had not come.
Dr.
Unquote.
Yashu, could you please sum up?
Okay, sir. Just give me 2 minutes, sir.
Yes.
The book also shows quick changes and step towards modernization happening in India after it gained independence. Rushdie depicts the conflict between old ways and new ideas through the stories of characters dealing with changing social rules. On the other hand, we can name here Franz Ferdinand also. I want to add one quote here. The basic confrontation, which seemed to be colonialism versus anti colonialism, indeed capitalism versus socialism, is already losing its importance. What matters today, the issue which blocks the horizon, is the need for a redistribution of wealth. Humanity will have to address this question, no matter how devastating these consequences may be. And to conclude, it can be argued that Salman Rushdie has not only successfully tried his hand at rewriting the history by challenging the narratives and their official nature, by utilizing the fictional characters and magic realism for creating an identity for various classes and sections of the society. Their unification, however, seems to be in turmoil because of the political bureaucracy and their hierarchical decisions leading to mishaps and miserable lives, which echoes with the problems faced by India as a developing nation. There were problems in the past, and through certain experiences, it can be claimed that there will surely be problems in the future. But what matters the most is the collective effort of the Indian population in shifting all the trends in our favor for a desired and secure future, so that the upcoming generations may hold their peers and ancestors in high regard and forebearers of Indian tradition and identity. So, thank you, sir, and warm
Thank
regards
you,
to
Dr.
all of you.
Yashu. Thank you, Dr. Yashu. Dr. Suniti, I think we could have question answer session after the presentation of all the people.
Is there any questions?
Yeah, we can have questions after all of the participants they make their
We will
party.
take after the technical session, sir.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, now I
Shall
would
we
like to
proceed
invite
further?
Devika. Yes,
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm ready with my answer. I'll just share my screen.
Devika, you are not audible. Up your volume a bit.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Ma'am, I'm unable to share the screen. I've also prepared a PPT. I can continue without PPT as well.
Yes, don't worry.
Okay. So the presentation of my so the topic of my presentation is Indigenous Literature and Indian Environmental Movements, a symbiotic journey. The symbiotic relationship between indigenous literature and environmental movements in India reflects a profound connection to the land and its natural resources. Indigenous communities have long been known as the custodians or the caretakers of the environment. Indigenous literature also serves as a powerful medium through which these communities communicate or express their relationship with nature, advocating for what is very particular and universal to these communities. So in my paper, I will explore the intersections of indigenous literature and Indian environmental movements, highlighting how indigenous narratives have shaped and been shaped by the struggle for environmental preservation. Even though the theory of eco-criticism or environment, it came out in 1970s with the publication of a work titled Silent Spring. But if we look back at the history of India itself, the Bishnoi movement of Rajasthan in 1700s, in which a prince had asked for wood in order to construct a palace, that was the first environmental movement, which is seen as a movement which started the theory of eco-criticism, and then moving on to Chipko movement. But it gained prominence as a theory in 1970s with the publication of a work. So the role of indigenous literature in environmental movements. Indigenous literature in India played a crucial role in raising awareness and mobilizing resistance against environmental degradation. The works depict the intimate relationship between indigenous communities with their natural surroundings, portraying the environment as a living entity and not something as non-living. Through storytelling, oral narratives, they articulate the spiritual significance of nature, emphasizing on the need for its protection. And these literature also highlight the destructive impact of industrialization, urbanization, and they also serve as a form of resistance against the encroachment of corporate interests on indigenous lands. And through literature, we are able to play a vital role in the larger environmental justice movement in India. Then if we look at indigenous narratives and environmental movements, Mahashweta Devi, in one of her short stories by the name The Rights of the Forest, she portrays the fight for indigenous Santhal tribe by the government for commercial purposes. The story underscores the deep connection of the tribe with their environment, illustrating how identity and survival are interlinked with the environment or the land they live on. Similarly, the work of Assamese writer by the name Indira Goswami, in her novel The Moth-Eaten Howrah of the Tusker, she delves into the ecological and social challenges faced by the people of Assam, exploring the themes of displacement, loss of cultural heritage, environmental degradation. Then another prominent writer who was also a former civil servant, Mamang Dai, in Legends of Pensem. She, although she belongs to the community, she is insider, but she writes from the perspective of an outsider, where she wants to preserve the culture, where she wants to enlighten the people about the customs, tribe, and rituals of her community, and do not want the younger generation to lose their culture in the sweep of modernization. Now, these literary works which I've named, they not only raise awareness, but they also inspire collective action that we have to take. They have been instrumental in galvanizing public support for environmental movement such as Bishnoi movement, Chipko movement, even Narmada Bachao Andolan in Gujarat. By amplifying or having these works in literature, the voices of indigenous people, the indigenous narratives, they have contributed to the broader struggle of environmental justice in India. Now, looking at the intersection of indigenous literature and environmental ethics. Indigenous community, it serves as a repository of the traditional ecological knowledge, which is increasingly instrumental or crucial to address the contemporary environmental challenge that we have in today's time, in contemporary society. We have climate change as one of the goals in our sustainable development goals as well. So by preserving and sharing this knowledge of indigenous literature and community, it contributes to the ongoing efforts to promote environmental sustainability and resilience. Furthermore, indigenous literature fosters a sense of collective responsibility towards future generation by emphasizing the need to protect the environment for the well-being of all the life forms. And it says that all the natural elements that we have around us in the form of land, river, even mountains, even rocks, they are living as much as humans. And through literature, indigenous writers time and again remind us of the long-term consequences of environmental degradation and the moral obligation to safeguard the planet for future generations. But despite its significant contributions and movements, indigenous literature still faces several challenges in gaining wider recognition and influence in the mainstream environmental discourse. The marginalization of indigenous voices, linguistic barriers, the commercialization of literature are some of the obstacles that we have to sort in order to reach the goal. Additionally, the ongoing threats to indigenous lands, livelihoods such as land grabbing, mining, resource extraction, they also undermine the effort of indigenous community when they write about their culture. So time and again, they put land as very much one of the most prominent protagonists in their work, emphasizing on the need to see the intersection or connection between humans and land. And there are also opportunities for amplifying indigenous voices and integrating perspectives into the broader environmental movement. The growing recognition of the importance of indigenous ecological knowledge, as well as the increasing visibility of indigenous writers in the global literary landscape, and to also name the seminar as an example, it offers hope for greater collaboration and mutual learning. By forging alliances with environmental activists, academics, and policymakers, indigenous literature plays a pivotal role in shaping a more inclusive and sustainable society. To conclude and sum up my paper, the symbiotic relationship again between the indigenous community and environmental movements underscores the importance of cultural narratives in the struggle for environmental justice. Indigenous literature serves as a powerful tool for raising awareness, advocating for the protection of environment and indigenous rights. By offering alternating perspectives on environmental ethics, sustainability, these narratives challenge the dominant paradigms of exploitation and consumption, calling for a more holistic and inclusive approach towards the environment. And as India continues to grapple with the challenges of environmental degradation and climate change and sustainability, the voice of indigenous literature is expressed through the stories, the narratives, and they will be essential in guiding the way or path for the younger generation or even the young authors that we have. By acknowledging and embracing the wisdom and insights of indigenous narratives, we can build a more just, sustainable, inclusive, that deeply honors the people, culture, and the environment. And I would end my paper by a quote given by Janet Armstrong. I quote, it says, yes, I quote, somebody gets sacrificed for what the human has done. Nobody ever thinks it will be them. It is not right for just one person to escape. We all share in the crime. It's the whole world. It's out of control. Unquote. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Devika, for such a good paper. From your paper, I can judge that you have quoted from Indian authors as well as from native Canadian authors.
Yes,
so
sir.
I can judge that you are a student of Indigenous literature and your paper carried the crux of Indigenous issues, the issues of environment, the issues of like we characterize non-living and living things. But they think that everything is according to a divine plan. And of course, that divine plan is not what the organized religions preach us. That is totally different. They have their own fields, own beliefs. Thank you very much, Devika. Thank you. Very impressive.
Thank you so much, sir. And also, sir, I have recently joined the Department of English at Gurugram University. And this is my first presentation after joining as an assistant professor. So thank you for
Thank you, Devika. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and congratulations to you for joining Gurugram University.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Kirti Sharma. Kirti, could you
morning,
please
sir.
switch on your video?
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, audible, but increase your volume a bit.
Just a second, sir.
Yeah, please start. Yes, Kirti. Kirti, your system is hung up, I think. Kirti, am I audible to you? Yes, Kirti, please. You are still, yes,
Yes, sir.
please.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Kirti Sharma, and I'm a research scholar from Vanastali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. So the title of my presentation is Repossession of Culture and Identity, The Journey Home in James Welch's work, Winter in the Blood. So as the title suggests, we all know that being recognized and respected for one's alignment and affinity is what a person and we all deserve in society and community. However, this community, the Native American community, faces suppression and is put under the lens in the writings of Native American writers. James Welch deals with a novel in which there is an unnamed character who is alienated and marginalized and represents the grief and loss of identity of his culture and community. Ever since 1492, when they came across Europeans and Columbus, they were seen from an outside perspective, an outside point of view, which ultimately resulted in faulty and erroneous conclusions. The conclusions were about their history, their origins, inheritance, inhabitants, and they were all, I quote, superficial, distorted, and false, unquote. White men acknowledged them, but they referred to them as savage and barbaric. The crystallization of this unjust and unrealistic image demeans the need to bring the indigenous culture into forefront. Despite having beginnings in the pre-colonial era, the natives are imposed with alienation and marginalization. The monopoly of the dominant white prevented the blooming of the indigenous, and the publication of the literature of the marginalized cultures was seen during the time between the second half of the 20th century and beginnings of the 21st. However, they were still counted under the minority literatures. As Cyrus Patel quotes in his book that literature is an institution of the culture, the year 1974 saw the release of the publication of the novel, and it was right before 4 years of American Indian Religious Freedom Act passing. The passing of the act brought a sense of recognition and pride in the Native Americans, and recently the first Native American to win the Nobel Prize, Joy Harbaugh, writes in the foreword to the novel, I quote, "We asserted ourselves nationally as tribal nations, as cultural peoples, as individuals for all sovereign human rights." One of the scholars of the writings, Kara Stewart, also supports this idea of publishing books that write about our voice. She supports the eradication of the colonialist, inaccurate, and stereotypical portrayals of the indigenous life. She also talks about the responsibility of identity construction on the native authors. This experience runs parallelly in the novel that I have taken up, in which the character is tormented and distant from his roots due to the lack of guidance and acquaintance of indigenous past. Grief permeates his life. He moves in and out of the boundaries, and along with him, the reader also travels through this mental and emotional exhaustion. It reflects the loss and pain in the life of the protagonist, in particular, and indigenous man in general. The continual movement is a result of instability of Native American protagonist and his identity. The aimlessness and loss is because of the absence of the loved ones, as well as the lost sense of identity. He is throughout alienated, at distance, and hopeless. He says, I quote, I felt no hatred, no love, no guilt, nothing. But this distance came from within, unquote. He returns from the modern white settlement, that is Tacoma, and the experience throws him on the margins with the realization that indigenous Indians, that is indigenous Americans, are not welcome in the white-oriented so-called modern world. He tried to enter the world of the dominant, but was thwarted with racism and mainstream politics. This tradition of subjugation has been followed since long back. Alvin Josephy also writes in his book that all aspects of Indian existence helped and influenced the white man to shape the destiny. However, they are still seen as subjugated and not a part of the mainstream. Teresa, the mother of the protagonist, tells him of the futility of approaching the dominant and calling that there's nothing wrong with being an Indian. But he's still alienated because of the inadequacy of the continuation of the age-old tradition of storytelling by the ancestors that is followed in the native literature and culture. And on top of it, the memories are timeless that he cannot get rid of. The culture, of course, has unique notions of time, nature, and spirituality. The stories and storytelling shapes the lives of people and communities. Another scholar, Shanley, opines that stories can thwart imperialist perspective and have the power to contradict and counter stereotypes. This collective community throws light on the collective cultural identity. However, the encroachment of the white men categorized and assorted the identity into dominant and marginalized only. The marginalized indigenous lives are minuscule and incompetent for the Euro-American. Welch portrays this alienation and giving importance on native traditions and community in helping them cope up. The exclusion of the Native American culture gives rise to emergent literature, which resonates with Raymond Williams' Residual. The narrative thus awakens memories. The narrator, for instance, is at constant distance and exclusion, but part by part, the memories ignite in him the quest to find answers. And these answers, per se, lie in Gerald Wisner's term post-Indian literature. Gerald Wisner is another scholar of Native American literature. He says that their literature is necessarily hybrid, and it explores the tension between what is the necessity of assimilation and what is required for the maintenance of ethnic identities. This concept was popularized by Homi Bhabha in the concept of hybridity, where he says that it is important to show the impactful sense of the works of the minority. His destabilization of the binaries to give rise to cultural identity was again proposed by Stuart Hall, and who says that the identity belongs as much as to the future as it does to the past. So the realization of not sticking only to the roots, but also getting along with the ongoing nuances help the people to survive and sustain. The metaphor of journey explains the need to come home to oneself, to one's family, and one's heritage, as we see in the novel. His journey is occupied with various flashbacks, and he's servant to the to the memory of death.
Kirti, could you sum up, please?
Yes, sir. So we see that these memories help him not to move ahead in life, and the cultural identity faces crisis. However, the stories help him give rise to resist the colonialism and loss of identity, and recollection from time to time helps him survive in the present of the mainstream. He has, of course, the inability to see the real identity, but the traditional yellow calf helps him to restore his identity, and he's seen as a good housekeeper of the indigenous traditions. Ultimately, in the end of the novel, we see that the tormented identity that experienced the topsy-turvy root of presence and absence, acceptance and negation gains the status of reclamation, I quote, and repossession that I wanted to explore in the novel, and has a conclusion in its best means. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirti. Thank you for the nice presentation. I have also read James Welch. He is indeed a very good Indigenous writer, Indigenous Native American writer to begin with. We'll come up with question answers later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Vansh Jyoti.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I
But there
really
is
would
some
like to
echo in your.
Is there still, sir?
Continue. Let's listen to you.
I want to thank the whole organizing team of this one-day seminar on Indigenous literature, retrospects, and prospects. I, Vansh Jyoti, an independent research scholar and online educator, wish to present my research paper on Sangati, a feminist critique of the patriarchal and caste structure. This research paper is joint endeavor of me and Dr. Anju Narwal, Assistant Professor Kumari Vidyavati Anand DAV College for Women, Karnal. Bama Sangati is a unique Dalit feminist narrative carrying autobiographical elements of the whole community. It focuses on the triple oppression of females, that is, financially, mentally, and socially. In most of the cases, it is the story of violence, both physical and mental, social prejudices, and fossilized tradition. The novel has several individual stories, anecdotes, and memories that portray the events taking place in the life of women in Periyar community in Tamil Nadu. The many anecdotes that Bama brings to us have all been part of her formative years, and the women she projects are associated with her as friends or relatives who left a deep impact on her sensibility. Women are presented in Sangati as daily wage earners. They earn less than men do. However, the money earned by men can spend as they please, whereas women have to bear the financial burden of running the family. Women are also regular victims of sexual harassment and are abused in the place of work. In this novel, Mariamma tells a lot about the sexual assault faced by her and her community women and their inability to stand up against it. The physical violence is realistically portrayed in this novel like lynching, whipping, and caning by fathers, husbands, and brothers. This paper deals with the theme of feminist critique of patriarchal and caste structure. As a feminist writer, Bama's feminism is focused on the Dalit community. As women are powerless, they accept the patriarchal role of men in their life. All her women characters are never empowered with education. Therefore, they are treated as social victims and easy to attack by whoever wishes. The life of Dalit women is the main theme of Sangati. It reveals their protest and strategical ways and means of resistance in times of oppression and rejection. It is the journey of suppression to celebration of expression. It portrays the resilient nature and builds up hope. It talks about the strength that enables them to swim against the current and live with zeal and zest. In the first half of Sangati, the writer showcases the protest against all forms of sufferings by Dalit women. But later, it moves away from the state of depression and frustration and presents a positive identity to Dalit women, focusing their inner strength and vigor. The writer attracts the reader towards the education system about Dalit community. She gives the example of Pachiyamma, belonging to Chakkili community, studied up to the 5th class. The girls of that community don't go to school that much. Now, Mariamma faces sexual exploitation in the hands of upper caste landowner Kumarasamy Ayya. One day, Mariamma gathered firewood as usual and returned home in the burning heat carrying her bundle. Seeing water in the nearby irrigation pump set, she goes to drink water. When she goes to drink water, Ayya seizes her hand and pulls her inside the pump set. However, she escapes and says it to her friends. They said that landowner is an evil man. Fat with money, he is an upper caste as well. How can we even try to stand up to such people? Are people going to believe their words or ours? However, Ayya gets afraid of his reputation, and so he hurries to the village and complains to the headman of the Paraya community named the Nattamai by saying, just today that girl Mariamma, daughter of Samundakani, and that Manukai's grandson Maniakkam were behaving in a very dirty way. During the inquiry in the village, Mariamma and Maniakkam come to the center of the circle and then greet the elders by falling down. Hence, they then are asked to stand each to one side with folded arms. At last, Mariamma falls down and asks for forgiveness, so the Natamni asks her to pay rupees 100 as fine and Maniakkam as rupees 100. The Nattamai ends the proceedings by saying, it is you, female, who ought to be humble and modest. A man may do 100 things and still get away with it. Mariamma and Thai have faced inexplicable shame in their family life. Their husbands regularly beat them up and also feel that it is their birthright to humiliate and kill their life partners. Mariamma is unlucky in her whole life. When she was with her parents, she didn't get the love and affection that she expected for. She began to cry, and when her marriage was arranged with Maniakkam, who is a drunkard and doesn't go for a job and often goes to jail. When Mariamma knew his character, she refused a lot to marry him. Finally, she was compelled to accept him. Since she got married with Maniakkam, she suffered with beatings every day. She was completely made as a scapegoat that people watched helplessly. The Paraya men were speechless when she was victimized for molestation by Ayya. They get afraid of losing their favors, especially jobs, and don't have the power to question the upper class men. The men of the Dalit community conveniently take out of their frustration on their wives. The narrator precisely articulates the predicament of women in the book. The position of women is both pitiful and humiliating, really. In the fields, they have to escape from upper caste men molestation. At church, they must lick the priest's shoes and be his slaves while he threatens them with the tales of God, heaven, and hell. Even when they go to their own home, before they have had a chance to cook some kanji or lie down and rest a little, they have to submit themselves to their husband's torment. How will their bodies stand it if they keep on bearing children? They don't get proper food or drink. It's the men who fill themselves up at home and in the shops. Women rarely go into the hospitals, but deliver their children at home in a makeshift way. Many women die at childbirth or soon after. Almost immediately by the men marry a second time. As for birth control, the men won't do it. They say they will lose their strength if they do. And women say that if they are sterilized in a
All right, Vansh,
haphazard way,
could you please sum up?
yes, sir. Lakshmi Hallstrom has precisely observed that many problems faced by Dalit women in the field of work and home, the overarching framework of patriarchy brings them under control at different levels in their day-to-day life. She notes, quote, within the community, the power rests with the men. Caste, courts, and churches are male-led, and rules for sexual behavior are very different for men and women. Hard labor and economic precariousness leads to a culture of violence. Is this is theme that Bama explores boldly throughout the book. Unquote. In this novel, Bama focuses on Dalit women's lives and their hard work. The women of this community are self-dependent because all women earn their wages. They work in the field and in match factory, though they did not get equal wages like men. Bama clearly brings out the age-old prejudices against women in the Indian society. Certainly, girls are considered to be inferior to boys in patriarchal society. The comparison is stark as we find that baby girls are denied long breastfeeding. With girls, they wean them quickly, making them forget the breast. The grudge against girls in journal filters in responses to specific instances. If a girl falls sick, she will be given care half-heartedly, while if the boy catches an illness or a fever, they will run around and nurse them with greater care. This feeling of resentment for women is all pervasive phenomenon in
Thank
Sangati.
you, Vansh.
It begins with their
Please sum up.
okay, sir. Uh, Now I want to conclude that birth in Dalit community is considered a stigma, and from womb to tomb they suffer in numerous ways. Dalit women sexually suffered by being low caste and also tortured by the females of upper caste community. As a human, they long for equality for their whole life. Caste system, which is an integral part of Indian society, should be removed totally. The high and low status of human being is created mainly by caste, which is irreversible, needs to be destroyed in order to promote equality, fraternity, and liberty. Here, I want to end with Dr. Ambedkar's final words, which I deeply believe that we educate, agitate, and organize. Have faith in ourselves. With justice on our side, I do not see how we can lose our battle. The battle to me is a battle of joy. The battle is in fullest sense spiritual. There is nothing material or social in it. For ours is a battle not for wealth or for power. It is a battle for freedom. It is a battle for reclamation of human personality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vansh. Thank you for your paper. Now I would like to invite Abhinav Mukherjee.
Yes. Hello and good morning, all the dignitaries and presenters here. And also thanks to M.D.S.D College, Haryana, Ambala city, for giving me such a platform to present my paper and to present my thoughts and my voices. The title my paper is Role of Indigenous Literature in Cultural Identity of Santals. Okay. So first of all, I am introducing my paper that the Santals are very conscious of their identity and heritage, and also they are resistant to the changes experienced in mainstream society, and also the factors responsible for the information of the core identity of the Santals are represented in the Santal folktales, also Santal rhymes, Santal poems, right? So particularly through this research work, I want to depict that I have made a review of Santal literature, and I have drawn the theoretical framework of indigenous identity, right? And the key concepts and some administrative registers I have also maintained in my paper, that the history of the dislocation of the indigenous people is the same irrespective of all country and nation, has been surveyed in my paper also. And I have shown that in spite of a close proximity with the mainstream culture of the oppression or of the non-tribals or Decors, Santals are able to protect and preserve their core identity. As we know that, again, I have also discussed here the self-governing judicial system of the Santals tribe, and a kind of textual analysis of the Santal folktale, Santal poems, Santal rhymes, I've also mentioned through this paper. So it's a kind of the Santals in terms of sacrifice or the faith healing treatment by Ojha, Janguru. So this is a kind of comprisement of those existence of Ojha, Janguru, Bonga, Witch, Churin, and Ghost. These all are discussed in the way that the Santal women struggle to sustain their own identity, challenging all the difficulties and all the odds in this particularly patriarchal society, in this male-dominated society. So, as per this descriptive research, I have collected all those data from books and fieldworks and various materials. First of all, it's a kind of preventage of heritage, which shows how Santal literature contribute to the preservation of their language and the empowerment and identity affirmation. So to investigate how engaging with their literature empowers the Santal community to assert their identity and foster a sense of pride of their culture and register cultural assimilation throughout their tribes, right? So we know that the Santals are one of the most indigenous communities in India. It's a kind of possess a rich cultural heritage that is deeply embedded in their oral and written literature, such as literature of any race. As we know that nation reflects the mindset and lifestyle of the people of that particular community or a country. So at the same time, it acquaints as with their efforts. You can say that to uphold their existence and identity, as well as the socio-cultural and religious pattern of a particular community is well illustrated through its literature. So I have also mentioned that the literature of Santal tribes or Santal community is identifiable from others, maintaining its individuality from the perspective of socio-cultural background and of that particular era. But it becomes some kinds of difficult to divide Santal literature according to the age, as there were no written documents I found or it in the ancient era. Because of oral literature to be mentioned, that Shanta literature started its journey mainly the oral literature that consists of the folk songs, as I have mentioned earlier when I introducing my paper, folk tales, legend, stories about creation, stories about riddle, stories about rhymes, stories about proverbs, etc., etc. So the authors of the Santa literature are yet unknown. Pandit Raghunath Murmu is one of the remarkable poet in this Santal literature, right? So the oral literature of the Santal deals with a strong social and cultural and ethnic identity of the Santal tribe. And it not only introduces us with Santal life, but also acquaints the reader with the determination of the Santal to sustain their tradition and identity in a direct way. Just like a rhyme is the most enjoyable part of any literature. So here I want to mention one rhyme, that rang rang khajori means a burnt out fried rice. In Santali, kakar chang pitho, this means roasted rice cake. So on the occasion of marriage ceremony, these kinds of rhymes that the parents of bride and groom recite are known as rhyme of the elders. So their recital brings a lot of fun and laughter, as well as the mirrors of the socio-cultural picture of the Santal society. And not only that, the rhymes that are rehearsed during festivals of Akhada and are an important document of Santal culture that they want to sustain their culture very fondly. And the rhymes of the elders sometimes express their concern of losing their identity and contact with the forces of globalization and the forces of the modernization. So I also want to mention here such a poem by Sharda Prasad Kishku, one of the remarkable poet in Santal literature, that tells us about the anxiety of gradually losing their identity. It's a kind of translation from a poem. On the way to progress, the night is covered with thick cloud. Sign of great danger can be heard. Still, we will have to proceed. The road has become slippery. The ups and downs are semi the dark. The legs have also become paralyzed, and sound of someone's crying is coming from the south. Silent slumber prevails in all four directions. The body and the mind are shivering. Some shadow could be seen. I made my mind strong. Chill, cold wind is blowing. No situation seems to be good. The body is shivering. Hesitation for something in the back. I have stepped in to the two sides of the mind. But where is the space? How much distance I will have to walk? Who will tell me? Who will wait for me? I'm a tired human being. I wish to ask, who is there to tell me with love and affection? Look here, the dawn sets in. So this is a kind of remarkable poem by Sardar Prasad Kisko. And here I also want to mention one kind of riddles that Santals call. Those riddles are kind of kudum. In Santali literature, in Santali language, this is called kudum, right? When the Santals utter a riddle, they start in uttering kudum re kunrit kunrit. Here is an example of kudum from Dhirendranath Bhaskar's Shantali Bhasha o Sahitya Itihash, 1999, that refers to a musical instrument of the Santal tribes, closely related to Santal culture, their music, their dance. Kudum kunrit kunrit. Dolor kate ka heong kidina banar nitek thapaka dina tumdak. So this is a kind of when we find this English translation, English rendering from this Santal language, kite riddle, taking in the lap with love and giving slaps with two hands. As we know, katam, madol, dhamsa. So these are all one kind of in musical instrument that possessed by those Santals, those Santal origins, right? And the deception of words, it's a kind of proverbs or idioms, as I have also mentioned. These are also the magnitude of any language and literature, just like Santals. In Santals,
could you
yes.
please sum up now?
Yes. So to sum up, that these are the folktales and folktales related to social life, folktales related to bird and animals, and those fairy tales. And yes, to conclude my paper, I want to mention that in this paper or through this paper, I want to attempt to show how Santals sustain their indigenous identity in the present era of globalization, or what are the factors that constitute the indigenous identity of those Santal tribes. The question how the factors responsible for the formation and the core identity of Santals are represented in these kinds of Santal folktales that is already been discussed. So here also, despite an overwhelming impact of modernization, the Santals are able to sustain their culture, right? And to sustain their culture, tradition, social system, a religious belief that help them to preserve their indigenous identity, right? And some kind of indigenous identity, it becomes necessary to determine who may be called the indigenous people, right? So I have tried to evaluate the origin, historical development, as well as the movement of the Santals, a semi-nomadic tribe, to show the way Santals have faced the change and continuity in their life. So in this paper, acquaint us with the culture, tradition, society, religion of the Santals have been mentioned. And I've also depicted that the International Labor Organization and Convention 169 in 1989 in its statement asserts that identity of the indigenous people is yet to be preserved, right? So, yes, thank you very much for giving me such a platform. Yes, thanks,
Thank
sir.
you very much, Abhinav. It was pleasure listening to you and your research regarding Santals.
Yes.
Please drop some books on Santal or Santal literature books in the drop box so that we could all read some Santali literature. Now I invite
yes. Sure, sir.
Shashi Srivastava.
Yeah.
Please remain connected, Abhinav, in case somebody might have a question for you.
Okay, okay, sir.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Shashi Srivastava. Is she there?
Sitting. And there are 3 more presenters. Should I call them?
Yeah, we can have them. We still have time.
Okay, next is Asleen. Please present your paper.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Ma'am, there is one more candidate, Abhita. She is messaging in the message box that she also wants to present a paper. Kindly check if you can accommodate her also. Yes, Abhita, she's messaging in the chat box.
Abhita, are you presenting now?
Abhita, are you there? We can have other candidate, ma'am. Till then, do we have any other candidate? Abhita is there, ma'am. Abhita, please, could you come up with your paper? Abhita is not able to talk, ma'am. Check.
Hello.
Unmuted her.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. May I present my paper? Or you
Yes.
have another series?
Dr. Suniti, can we have a paper by Dr. Madhu now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Madhu, please carry on.
Yes. First of all, to all the dignitaries present here. So, good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here and all the presenters. And my topic name is the role of vocal tradition in Indian culture. And I'm an assistant professor at M.D.S.D University, Palwal, Haryana. So the role of vocal tradition, as India, a kaleidoscope of cultures and customs, owes a profound depth to it, its rich and oral tradition. For centuries, this intricate network of storytelling, songs, and proverbs has been the lifeblood of its communities, acting as a repository of the knowledge, values, and shared experiences. Through the art of verbal transmission, generations have passed down their wisdom, history, and beliefs. Epic tales like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, originally composed orally, have shaped the moral compass of the nation. Folklores, myths, and legends have enchanted audience, having deep connections to the land and its heritage. This paper delves into the profound influence of oral tradition and Indian culture, examines its historical evolution through a qualitative.
Oh, Madhu, your signals are weak. We are not able to comprehend what you are saying.
I'm audible, sir?
You are
Hello?
audible, but your voice is cracking up.
Okay. It is a qualitative research that shows the historical changes in oral tradition. And the second is the meaning of vocal tradition. According to Cambridge Dictionary, oral tradition is a system for a group with customs and history, in which parents tell their children about them and the children tell their children, and so on. Oral tradition encompasses a vast array of oral art forms transmitted through spoken words, from sacred rituals and healing chant of epic tales, songs, and myths. It's a vibrant repository of cultural heritage. The rich tradition includes not only narratives but also playful expressions like proverbs, riddles, tongue twisters. Essentially, oral
Ma'am,
tradition
hearing
captures
you,
the.
Smriti ma'am.
Hello.
Madhu, your voice is cracking up. We are not able to comprehend what you are saying.
Okay.
Could you please move to a place where there is better connectivity?
Sure, sir. Just wait.
Dr. Suniti, we can have another participant till that time.
Yes.
She's back. Madhu is back.
Yes, yes. Now I'm audible, sir.
You are audible, but in between your voice cracks up. Maybe due to some, or you can switch off your video so that your voice is clear.
Sure, sir. I will. So first of all, I just want to announce the topic, the role of vocal tradition in Indian literature and culture. So the role of vocal tradition, India, a kaleidoscope of cultures and customs, owes a profound depth to its rich oral tradition. For centuries, this intricate network of storytelling, songs, and proverbs has been the lifeblood of its communities, acting as a repository of knowledge, values, and shared experiences. Through the art of verbal transmission, generations have passed down their wisdom, history, and beliefs. Epic tales like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, originally composed orally, have shaped the oral moral compass of the nation. Folklores, myths, and legend have enchanted audiences, fostering a deep connection to the land and its heritage. This paper dwells into the profound influence of oral tradition on Indian culture, examining its historical evolution through a qualitative lens. It is a qualitative research that shows the historical change in oral tradition. Now, meaning of vocal tradition. According to Cambridge Dictionary, oral tradition is a system of preserving a group's beliefs, custom, and history in which parents tell their children about them and the children tell their children, and so on. Oral literature encompasses a vast array of verbal art forms transmitted through spoken words, from sacred rituals, healing chant, to epic tales, songs, and myths. The term folklore emerges from this oral tradition, representing the creative outpouring of a community. Rooted in the heart of a culture, folklore reflects its value, belief, and history. Its dynamic entity evolving through time as it's shared and adapted by successive generations. So, sorry, due to some network issues, I can't show you the review of literature. And now it's come to the research methodology. The research designed to gain the insight into the oral tradition.
Madhu, kindly skip research methodology. Come to the crux of your paper.
Sure, sir. I'll come. So, oral tradition, the backbone of Indic civilization. The foundation of Indic civilization rests upon a robust oral tradition. The Vedas and Upanishads, seminal texts of profound wisdom, were meticulously preserved and transmitted through generations of oral recitations. This knowledge transfer was formalized in the Guru Siksha Parampara, a lineage of teachers and disciples, and the Gurukul system, where students lived with their teachers to immerse themselves in learning. Religion served as a cultural bedrock, permitting every facet of life. In the absence of writing, storytelling became the primary vehicle of disseminating cultural knowledge. This practice, embraced by the masses, fostered a sense of shared identity and egalitarianism. Unlike the written-based Abrahamic religions, Indic tradition thrived on oral transmission. This shared characteristics underscores the significance of the spoken word in shaping the preserving these ancient cultures. The foundation of Indian civilization, history, and thought laid down by the Vedic literature represents cultural form of remembrance in varied forms, traditions, and practice. Memory has always been an integral part of our knowledge system, as Vedic knowledge was preserved through Shruti, that is hearing, Smriti, that is memorizing, and Puranas, that is written text. Next is development of vocal tradition. According to Bhartrhari, consciousness is essentially the nature of the word. When he says that the essence of language has no beginning and no end, and it is imperishable ultimate consciousness. In effect, emphasis the presence of language as prior similar to the art writing, Derrida. For Derrida, the consciousness is the trace of writing, and Bhartrhari is Sabd Tattva. While grammarians like Panini and Patanjali meticulously analyzed ordinary language, they also recognize its potent metaphysical dimensions. Similarly, Bhartrhari Vakyapadhyaya commences with a metaphysical exploration of language before delving into practical grammatical aspects. The text posts language as the ultimate reality, Brahman, its 12 nature manifesting in diversity of creation. The ontological perspectives underscores the profound freedom and absolute knowledge. Ajanta cave paintings and various regional painting schools further enriches its storytelling legacy. For example, the various art forms encompasses in the periphery of oral storytelling traditions, including music, vocal and instrumentals, pictorial representations, paintings, wooden temples, performative arts, and all. Conclusion. To conclude this, oral storytelling is the preordinal form of human narrative. It involves the art of conveying events, rough spoken words, accompanied by gestures, sounds, visual imagery. The ancient practice has been instrumental in preserving and transmitting cultural heritage, history, beliefs, values, and customs across generations. As the earliest form of communication, storytelling served as a vital medium for sharing the way of life within communities. The storyteller, a master of enchantment, articulates the collective hopes, fear, aspirations of society. Oral tradition and art form are the living repository of a cultural soul, reflecting and perpetuating its essence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhu. Thank you for your nice paper.
Thank you so much,
Dr. Smriti, we should invite Dr. Shashi. She is already there now. Dr. Shashi or Ashlyn? I'll go according to you, Dr. Suniti.
I think Sir Ashley is presenting.
Huh? Shashi, should we call Shashi? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Aslin and Shashi.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Hello.
Could you switch on your camera? Yes, Shashi, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please switch on your camera.
So is it on now?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Sir, may I have your permission to share my screen, please?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
My kind request to Shashi ma'am, please make it very short as we are already running out of time.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Could you start without sharing your screen? No problem at all.
Good morning, all of you. I'm going to present a paper on a swirl of culture through signlet with reference to Rajinder Singh's novella Chadar Majusi. We know that literature constitutes so many emotions, feelings, and beliefs, customs, etc. In the words of Charles Nodier, literature is the expression of society. And since ages, it has been not only entertaining the readers but also presenting ideologies. Theaters were popular earlier, then we have audiovisuals in the form of films, and that is a source of entertainment to all, irrespective of age, gender, background, etc. And the mass appeal of the films gave a wide scope to the ideas. We all know India is a nation, it has unique socio-culture features, and according to the anthropologist, culture is complete with uh, we have the definition of Edward Tyler culture refers to that complex whole which includes knowledge.
Ma'am, your connection is not good, I think.
And law, customs, and other Ram, his father, and as an example, an ideal son and later a ruler. Lord Krishna is still worshipped today, and children get so engrossed to listen to the activities of Bal Gopal that has amazed one and all. The poets and novelists have glorified India and its culture in amazing expressions. Thus, their film adaptations have thrown light on the socio-cultural features of Indian society in general. Cinema, which has cinematic adaptations, have brought blockbusters to it. We have starting from Devdas to Deepa Mehta's The Earth. There were many stories that have been adapted, and recipient of Sahitya Academy Award, Rajendra Singh wrote Ek Chadar Maini See, and this Urdu novella was won the Sahitya Academy Award. It was translated by the legendary author Kushwant Singh with the title I Take This Woman and adapted into by Sukhwan Dhada in 1986. Now, this particular award-winning novel, which was adapted into film, gives us a glimpse of the culture of Punjab, where compelled by custom and physical force, the protagonist has to somewhat place a cited tattered 3-yard cambric sheet, Melisi Chadar over Rano, that is transference of shelter and security. The people who belong to the Jat caste in this village lead a simple, righteous life, and this film shows patriarchy. The occupation of the people is farming, the means of transport is Tonga. We have the panchayati system, the punch who take decisions for the family. Was how the judiciary functioned. The honor and respect for the punch forms an integral part of the culture of the clan. The position of women is submissive, and a woman is respected and secured only within the 4 walls of her house. The setting is rural. The journey of the pilgrims is also amid the serene atmosphere. It shows the Kotla village, a place of pilgrimage nestling near the benevolent gaze of Vaishno Devi. Then we have the folk people, the Banjarans, who give food grains, and the Banjaras who come down the hill annually for darshan. They put up a temporary camps. Typical costumes of the rural Punjab have been worn by the characters of the film. The males in Pathani kurta pajama, dhoti or lungi, and the women in salwar kameez and dupatta. Music and folk dance of the Punjab culture is also enhances the attraction of the film, adds to the reflection of the culture. Bhangra and Gidda are performed by the young people, and the film showcases the bright side of the culture, but also brings into knowledge some of the malpractices by the Hippocratic priest who preaches during the daytime but takes non-vegetarian in the night. So the horizon of literature has widened with the adaptations, and
Could you sum up, please?
yes, when the white beam of literature consisting of different shades or colors, the novella fell on the prism of mirror of cinematic adaptation, it formed a spectrum of a swirl of socio-cultural aspects of rural Punjab. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Ashlyn.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please switch on your camera also, Ashlyn. And please
Yes,
be brief with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. So today, I am a student from Marian College in Idiki. I'm a third year BA English student. So I'm here to present my paper about the role of literature in capturing the indigenous culture of South India. And so I would like to present my paper about um, the role of movies in showing the indigenous cultures and present in South India, and how they instead of keeping them as the others, how they include the indigenous or the tribals within the society. So I have mainly included 2 to 3 films, which has been catered to be among the most popular ones in the South Indian culture. And so one among them is called Ayyappanum Koshim, which starred two of the main popular film bangers, that is Prithviraj and Biju Menon. In their movie, the singer named Nanjiama, she is a folk singer, and so her community, through her songs, came into the limelight of the society, through which people came to know that she is also a part um, of the society, even though being from a tribe. And so through her songs, people came to know about the tribe she belongs to, the society she belongs to. And so through music, we also get to know that there are different societies present in our land. And we
Ashley,
also, yes, ma'am.
my humble request to you, kindly just discuss your deliberations. Whatever you have, your deliberations, kindly discuss that only and conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so, so coming to the main thing, we actually I would like to discuss about how the society of the indigenous people within South India is represented in movies. So mainly, as I said before, 3 movies. One is Ayyappan Koshim, Pinna. Second one is Kenjira, and third one is um, the White Knights. So these are the 3 main movies I have searched about, and they mainly talk about how the indigenous societies have been tracked down and how they are being portrayed in the movies, and why it is important that we shouldn't other them, rather than we bring them into the limelight and make people know that these people are also a part of our indigenous, are also part of our culture, and though they are indigenous, they play a very important role. And so, to conclude, literature has played a very big role in including many aspects of human beings' culture and growth. So, indigenous literature also has a very great role in tracking down different societies and also educating people about the same. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Ma'am, do we have any other presenter? or R. Abhita, she is again messaging that she wants to present her paper. Can you unmute her? Please unmute R. Abhita so that we can have her paper. Hello, Jiva.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, I want to present my. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am going to present my paper on the topic the marginalization and exploitation of Dalit women in Burma's Karuk. So, in this paper, we are going to learn about the suffering of Dalit women in modern India. When the writer Bama, she belongs to Dalit community and she had a lot of sufferings in her childhood, and she had started to feel that she was a Dalit when she was a young girl. So when she started to walk on the street, she saw a person, elder person. He had brought snacks to upper class person, but he had not touched the snacks. He had touched only the rope of the bundle, the packet. So she realized that maybe the elder person belonged to her community was taking as snacks, which is to be given to the upper class. She was discussing with this things to her brother. Her brother said, "We belong to Dalit community and we are untouchable. Upper class people never allow Dalit to their home." Then only she realized she belonged to Dalit community and she started to understand the sufferings of Dalit people. So this was the first incident she had about to understand our community. And later she studied in schools and she had a lot of sufferings in discrimination in her school too. She was discriminated. She was an excellent student in the class. After the completion of her studies, she wanted to serve to poor Dalit people and poor people, so that she joined in the church. She wanted to work as a nun in the missionary. But even though in the missionary, Catholic people, they discriminated Dalit Catholics. So she totally got fed up with all the things happened to the Dalit people. So she wanted to reveal all this sad and sufferings to the community, and so she had written her own biography as a Karukku. This is her first novel, Karukku, and Lakshmi Hanston, she had translated this work in Tamil, in English, but she had written this work in Tamil because Bama belongs to Pudupatti. It is in Madurai, Tamil Nadu, and she thought that people who were, especially she had explained the sufferings of women in Dalit community. Dalit people also had a lot of sufferings, but women, they had double discrimination, double marginalization, because they had a lot of sufferings at their home by the patriarchy society, patriarchal order. And second, she had a lot of sufferings in the society too, because she was a Dalit and untouchable. This is the work she had written about sufferings of Dalit people, and she had mentioned about the sexual harassment also in her work Karukku, because they thought that Dalit women can be considered as a sexual object. They were not treated like a women. In upper class, women were considered really good and they were treated well. But in Dalit community, male belong to the same community also treated women as a sexual object. So they had double marginalization in the society, and she had mentioned everything in the Bama. Even though now we are having a lot of development in our society, in the community, the Dalit people are having still they are having a lot of difficulty, and we can see that honor killing happened in our society. So we have to explore all the sufferings of Dalit women still in our community. That I want to convey in this paper. And the Dalit women are still routinely exploited in our culture. This is my paper. I really thank you for giving this opportunity.
Could you please sum up now?
This is my sum up because Dalit women are treated well in the society, because now we are having a lot of technological advancement in our society. So we all are treated equally, and Dalit community people should come up in the society. This is my sum up, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Suniti, who is the next presenter? Do we have any?
Kindly conclude the session. Sir, I request you kindly conclude the session. There is no more paper presenter.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Well, do we have any questions from any of the participants, first of all? Anybody who would like to, ask a question from the participants? Any questions? Now I presume that there is no question. We have all understood the topics very well. And, it was very nice to listen to all the ladies. We had only one male presenter. It was, I think, Abhinav. This is very important because one of the striking features of native communities or native societies is that most of them are matrilineal society where mother is the head of the society. So, it is very heartwarming to see that most of the ladies, they are presenting papers on indigenous literature. I've been studying indigenous literature from a long time. I did my PhD on Australian Aboriginal literature. And then I have continued to work on American and Canadian native literature, as well as on New Zealand Maori literature. One thing that has, struck me is that whether an indigenous person is writing in America or whether in, in India, their themes are same and they have same issues. Generally, when we talk about, people talking about the general things, we talk about scientific temperament and all. I cannot, resist the temptation to talk about Mamang Dai. Devika in her paper referred to Mamang Dai's work, The Legends of Pensem. In that Legends of Pensem, she talks about a boy who had fallen from the sky. Now we have been so, colored by, we have been so influenced by Western theories and, Europe, American scientific theories. We don't believe, generally if I will read that book, I will not believe that a boy can fall from the sky. But anyhow, we have stories in different parts of the country, different parts of the world. So that scientific reality is not the only reality. Scientific truth is not the only truth, or Euro-American truth is not the only truth. There are different truths and there are different knowledge systems. I would just like to quote one example. I was reading an article in National Geographic magazine that was in, I think, December 2023 issue. In that magazine, the writer asks a Kenyan man who live in jungle. She asks if there has been a drought in Kenya, in this part of the world. He said, yes, we had. Then we rectified our mistake. What was the mistake? The mistake was to erect borders on the land. So, there are so many things we don't believe. But I had very good time. I enjoyed all the papers that were presented by you people. If you want to ask any question from me, you are also welcome. But I would like to tell, for example, Devika, she presented a paper on ecology and ecofeminism and eco-criticism and all. There is, yes, there is one very important book we all should go through, and that is Eco-Psychology by Theodore R. Roosevelt, an American writer, American philosopher. He has given the idea of eco-philosophy, eco-psychology. He says that our unconscious mind, developed along with our ecosystem. So if there is any harm to ecosystem, our mind also gets damaged. Some part of our mind also gets damaged. So that is one very important book all of us should read. And if we start reading indigenous literature now, our world will be a much better place to live in. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions? Any questions? If anybody of you would like to ask any question from me. I presume I thank Dr. Anuradha for inviting me to chair this session. And I also thank Dr. Suniti for being the helping hand during this session. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the principal of the college, Dr. Karamjeet Kaur. Am I right, ma'am? The name is, yes. Dr. Karamjeet Kaur for giving me this opportunity to, to chair this session. And the greater pleasure is to listen to all of you people, to listen to all the papers you have presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a great honor that you have chaired our technical session, and your insights we have already listened though in the last seminars. And due to time constraint, we would like to listen to you more. I think the second technical session people are also waiting. And sir, my request to you to join the valedictory session near about 1:30.
I will be there.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Now I announce the start of the second technical session. It will be chaired by Dr. Alka Sharma, and the presentation will be moderated by Dr. Shivangi. Dr. Shivangi, please unmute yourself. You are not audible.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes. Yeah, now you're audible.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the respected principal, ma'am of M.D.S.D. College, Ambala, ma'am Karamjeet Kaur, and my dearest friend, Dr. Anuradha, ma'am, to give me this opportunity to moderate this second technical session of the seminar. I, on behalf of Team MDSD, welcome you all to the second technical session of the seminar. The session will be chaired by Dr. Alka Sharma, ma'am. I deem it a matter of great honor to give you all a brief overview of her impressive academic credentials. Dr. Alka Sharma, ma'am, is Associate Professor of English in Government PG College for Women, Sector 14, Panchkula. She has a teaching experience of over 22 years. She has to her credit multiple research papers of national and international repute. She is also a prolific writer and poet. She has penned down many books and a book of poetry titled Tere Aane Ki Khabar. She is the Vice President of Hindi Sahitya Bharati Chandigarh. Apart from her creative acumen, she has also excelled in the domain of community service. Her untiring efforts were acknowledged in 2021 when she received the State Award for Social Service from the Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana. Over to you, ma'am. Shall we begin the session?
Thank you so much,
Alpha, ma'am.
Shivangi. Thank you so much, Dr. Shivangi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you so
And
much.
I
Thank
would
you.
definitely read your books.
For sure, Dr. Shivangi. I think we should not waste any time and
Yes,
we should start the session. You
okay.
please call the participants one by one.
Sure, ma'am. So the first paper presenter is Nitisha Kajal, ma'am. Nitisha, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, very good afternoon. I am here. Am I
Okay.
audible to you?
Yes, you're audible. Please begin and try to sum it up in 7 minutes. Sorry, we have shortage of time.
I'll try. Yes. Good afternoon, all dignitaries and presenters present here. I am
Nitisha,
Nitisha. Yes, ma'am.
it is my humble request to all the participants kindly be short and share your deliberations only, as we are already running out of time and by 1:30 we need to start the second valedictory session. So it will be good if you just discuss the main points, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
For
I'll
all,
try.
it is for all the presenters.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries and presenters presented here. I am Nitisha Kajal, JRF Research Scholar in Maharishi Markandeshwar Deemed to be University, Mulana, Ambala. I am honored to present my research on the topic Literature as a Tool for Cultural Preservation. In today's rapidly globalizing world, the present preservation of cultural heritage has become more critical than ever. This presentation explores how literature as a vessel of cultural expression and memory plays a vital role in presenting the diverse cultural identities that make up our global society. Culture is the essence of human society, encompassing our tradition, beliefs, and values. It is what binds community together and give them a shared identity. However, culture is also fragile and can be easily lost or diluted over time. One of the most powerful tool we have to preserve culture is literature. Literature serves as a repository for the collective knowledge and experiences of a culture, ensuring that it is passed down to future generations. Literature often mirrors the cultural values, social norms, and beliefs of the society in which it is created. Through various forms like myths, folklore, and epics, literature captures the essence of cultures worldwide and way of life. These literary works are just not stories, they are reflected of the collective consciousness of a community, in encapsulating the morals or principles that guide their everyday life. Literature also serves as a vital record of historical events and personal experience, preserving from the posterity, whether through novels, poems, or autobiographies, literary documents, and human experience, capturing moments of joy, sorrow, and struggle. This connection between literature and collective memory helps ensure that significant historical events and cultural practices are not forgotten by continue to resonate with future generations. Literature is a fundamental aspect of cultural identity, and literature plays a crucial role in preserving the revitalizing language. Through oral tradition, poetry, and written narratives, literature helps maintain linguistics diversity by record and prompting the use of these languages. This is especially important for indigenous culture, where language is deeply tied to cultural practices and knowledge system. By preserving language, literature helps safeguard the cultural heritage that is embedded within. Literature act as a bridge between generations, transmitting cultural knowledge, traditions, and values from the past of the present and future through stories, poems, and other forms of literary expression. Important aspect of a culture are passed down in continuity, and a sense of shared identity. This
Ma'am, please sum up.
okay.
Sorry.
Yes. In conclusion, literature is a powerful tool for culture preservation, reflecting the values and beliefs of the society, documenting historical events, preserving language and transmission cultural knowledge across generation in a rapidly changing world. Uh, that's what I'm. Thank you for your attention. I now invite any questions or comments you may have. I am happy to discuss any aspect of the presentation further and hear your thoughts on the role of literature in cultural preservation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll have questions at the end of the session. Thank
Okay.
you. Our
Thank you.
next presenter is Dr. M.G. Hegre, sir. M.G. sir, are you there?
Am I audible? Am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Can you raise your volume a bit?
Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible, sir. Please
Okay.
begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected chairperson, the organizers, and also my dear fellow participants. Special thanks to Dr. Anuradha Vashist. Because of her, I'm here, as she was one of the fellow participants in a refresher course. Now, I'm going to present the paper. The topic of this paper is regionality and originality. It's a study of Kummi's novel Aramane. Kummi is a Kannada writer. He is Kum Veerabhadrappa, and this novel is has won the Academy Award also. Our keynote speaker also said the same thing about the regionality and indigenousness. It is not a new concept. It is an old concept actually, but because of colonization or in the post-colonial situation scenario, it became a theory and it became ism like this. In my introduction, I have written like this. The post-1980s witnessed unprecedented developments in economic, political, social, and cultural sectors. The literature, which is the reflective of these aspects of human life, was not a mute spectator, as there was a phenomenal change in the attitudes of the literators. The historiography in vogue until those days was looked into with suspicion. The women, Dalit, minority, and other sidelined classes in the society began to interrogate history to find their places over the years in the past. The past was made to undergo the litmus test in the cauldron of contemporaneity. The regionality is one such experiment, which includes the sentiments and thoughts related to women. It goes on like this. Since due to the short of time, I would not dwell much upon the introduction and also the story part. Directly, I go to the analysis of the novel. The novel depicts the situations and life of the people of Bellary. One thing I would like to tell you, Aramane means a palace, and there we see the depiction or the character sketch of a slave, Obaya. His name is Obaya, and later the same slave becomes the master of that palace. due to the changed circumstance. And he uses religion and also the beliefs related to God. He himself becomes a goddess. And there will be a cult behind him. There will be followers, and they overthrow the uh, uh, the king or the queen there is replaced by the slave himself. So that is the story there, and there we also see the British collector. He is a benevolent collector, and usually what we see, the British are considered as they are against to our wishes. They are against to our plans like this. They are not considered as friendly. But here, what we see from the Dalit point of view, we see the things, and the collector is actually a benevolent collector, and he brings about many changes in the society, reforms in the society. Because of him, there will be empowerment of Dalits and the people who are downtrodden. So we like this, and also we see a sort of feminism also here. The novel depicts the situations and life of the people of Bellary. So that is on the border of Andhra Pradesh. The language used is also very typical here. I have given importance to that here, the language part, because the language that is used, actually, I also couldn't understand the language. In my first reading, I had to read 2-3 times to understand the novel. And there are other writers also that we see in Kannada, like there are other writers. Their language, they also have used the regional languages, and we find it difficult to understand because of the dialect that they have used. But in spite of this, uh, once Chandrasekhar Patil, he is a well-known critic and writer, he said about this, about their writing style or the language there, that language has to be translated to Kannada. Sarcastically, he said like this.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Please conclude your paper.
Okay, I'm concluding. Okay, in 2-3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
He sarcastically said like this: it has to be translated to Kannada, he said, to understand what is there in the novel. Anyhow, why I am saying this, that language has given it a special flavor. Okay. In African writers also, we see the same things like, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and other writers who has written Decolonizing the Mind. So he has used Gikuyu language. Actually, by using that language, they express to the outer world what is the identity of the Africans. They wanted to show that using the language. And next thing that I want to say is about the marginalized sections like Dalit and other downtrodden classes will have a say in the novel. And then we can see there is an encounter between the East and the West, as there are mental as well as physical interactions between the people belonging to these two cultures. Okay, and I will conclude now. The post-colonial situations have led to some remarkable changes in the regional level. There was an interrogation of history by the marginalized sections in the society. The regionalism also became a canon in the hustle as it reacted to the international trends and pressures. There are writers like Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Chinua Achebe of African continent, who claimed for the decolonizing mind, and they themselves wrote about their ethnic culture using the local language in the post-colonial period. The Indian English writers like Sarojini Naidu, Rajarao, R.K. Narayan, Malkraj Anand, Salman Rushdie, Shashi Tharoor, they also presented the Indian theme through English language. Whereas the writers like Kum Veerabhadrappa, that about whom I have written here, he has brought out the regionalism through the indigenous language with all its originality and flavor. Okay, with this I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next paper presenter is Abhita ma'am. Miss Abhita ma'am, are you there? Abhita ma'am, are you there? Anuradha ma'am, shall we call the next presenter?
Yes, Dr. Shivangi, you can call the next one.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Sona ma'am. Sona ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Sona ma'am.
present.
Okay, ma'am, please begin.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
All right. So, have a good morning, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sonam and I'm a research scholar in BPSMV, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Department of English, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. And the topic of my paper is Journey Beyond Sightseeing, Navigating Anthropocentrism and Ecocentrism in Modern Travel. Now, I would like to emphasize upon the fact that a tourist wants to escape life while a traveler wants to experience it. For ages, the exploration of various places facilitated the travelers in personal growth, cultural enrichment, stress relief, perspective shift, and sharper knowledge, as well as the enhancement of overall understanding of the world. Unwittingly, tourists cause extensive destruction to Earth by following the cornucopian thinking, leading our future into apocalypse. Thus, travelers, on the other hand, they are sensitive towards the ecosystem. This paper aims to study Bill Bryson, an American author and travel writer and journalist. Bill Bryson's travelogue and A Walk in the Woods as an example of slow travel movement in order to delve into the deeper meanings and purposes behind traveling from an eco-critical perspective, taking the world less traveled, hiking through the Appalachian Trail. The study uses the theoretical framework of ecological holism. Heidegger's ideas. I'm sorry. Are you speaking?
Don't worry, carry on, beta.
The
Sonam.
study, yes. The study uses the theoretical framework of ecological holism, Heidegger's ideas on green technology, and Alden Leopold's land ethics to deliberate upon a balanced approach between the two extremes: shallow ecology that caters to an anthropocentric worldview and deep ecology that holds an ecocentric worldview. Now, ecological holism is a philosophical approach where all the biotic and abiotic components of the ecosystem interact, cooperate, coordinate, respect, and trust each other. Taking into account the fact that nature is a phenomenon complete in itself and is beyond our ways of cooperation and coordination, humans must embrace an active role and extended participation in the reciprocal interaction with the nature. A plausible and necessary way to bring this thought into action is by using the scientific and technological advancement for and in favor of nature, then against it. Bryson genuinely realizes the value of scientific and technological developments in the modern era rather than challenging them or questioning them for their over excessive use. Nonetheless, he also cautions the readers about the excessive and dependence on the unnecessary mechanical devices. For example, and during his hike, he also met another hiker who brought with him a lot of equipment, including an Enviro monitor. Now, the Enviro monitor it actually doesn't help you in any sense. It is a completely irrelevant to the purpose of hiking, but he brought it for there. Now, this brings us to the question that why and how technology has to be used for the advancement of humanity. Martin Heidegger, in his essay, The Question Concerning Technology, poses the question as to how humans can benefit from technology without hurting the nature by citing an invention of the windmill. Now, the windmill doesn't interfere with the natural processes, nor does it unlock the energy found in the air currents. Therefore, both Bryson and Heidegger argue in favor of green technologies such as solar panels, electric vehicles, hydroelectric turbines, etc. Those technologies that benefit both humans and natures. However, the significance of sustainable methods and conscious resource management on our planet must not neglect the principles of social ethics and humanity. Elder Leopold's essay, The Land Ethics, demands the extent of moral and ethical values to the known humans as well. The extension of ethics is an evolutionary possibility and ecological necessity. And the question remains that what should be considered ethically right or wrong, to which Leopold suggests that a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the community, and it is wrong when it tends otherwise. Leopold presents American government as a savior of the nature too, but Bryson attacks the government authorities as well. Since the change has to begin from oneself, within ourselves, Bryson points out that in 20th century, 42 species of mammals that were kept in the national parks to ensure their safety were made to extinct by the authorities' neglect. Even today, various institutions and organizations like Safari Club International Foundation in America offers courses and scholarships to students for wildlife conservation under the name of sustainable animal hunting, but it also organizes a monthly giveaway of $1 lakh to the winner for hunting any species, any place. Now, it is written on their website that they can kill any species, any place in
Ma'am,
double
please sum
succession.
up.
Yes. So I would like to conclude my paper by presenting the thought that an extension of ethics is much needed in present times. Bryson's perspective is a constant reminder for his readers that though the modern advancements ease our life to a great extent, yet we must remain cautious, not exceed the threshold of over reliance, thereby losing our autonomy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Dr. Shivangi, kindly
Yes, ma'am.
ask the other persons to mute their mic so that the presenter can go in a smooth way.
Okay. The other participants are requested to mute their mics. Some disturbance is being created in the background. Please switch off your video as well. May I now call the next presenter, Garima Singh ma'am. Garima ma'am, are you there? Garima ma'am, are you there? Okay, can we have Raghavendra sir? Raghavendra KB sir.
Yes, madam, I am here.
Sir, please go on and please sum up in 5 minutes. Just tell us
Definitely.
the crux of your paper.
Okay. Uh, I'm very glad to hear present my paper in this seminar. Myself, Raghavendra KB, research scholar, Department of Studies and Research in English, Tumkur University, Tumkur, Karnataka. And also I'm an assistant professor working at GFGC, Tumkur. And my paper title is topic is Literature as an Activism, Investigating the Life of a Transgender in Vidya. And the paper tries to explain the concepts of sexuality and gender identities by inquiring about the selected narrative of an Indian writer. In certain writings, many writers drew the attention of academicians through their life narratives. Such writings deserve an academic investigation from different points of view. The present paper attempts to understand how the writer reveals the gender identity of a transgender, why is he or she marginalized in a society where taboos and gender stereotypes are culturally and socially constructed. The paper aims at rereading the interpretation of social and cultural milieux that are surrounded transgender and the investigation of the context that aims at finding our taboos and gender stereotypes that marginalized the voice of a transgender. And this paper, I am Vidya by Living Smile Vidya, I have taken this text as an inquiry, It shall be analyzed within the context of literature as an activism, as it documents the author's experiences of resistance, empowerment, and advocacy within the transgender community, challenging social stigma and discrimination. And there are some important concepts.
Excuse me,
Sorry to
Raghavendra Kebi,
interrupt.
sir. Excuse me,
Somebody's
sir.
mic is on.
Dr. Shivangi, can you please mute that person?
Ma'am, I don't know how to. I guess Virendra sir's mic is on, or somebody else's. Please.
Somebody else. Please mute
Yes,
that.
yes, ma'am. They
that
have
person's
muted.
mic.
They have muted, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Dr. Raghavendra, please carry on.
Okay. And there are some keywords for this paper: transgender and identity, resistant and marginalization. And this paper, especially this framework, it aims at elucidate the social acceptance of transgender, as well as it reveals the negotiation of identities. It tries to bring out the significance of each individual and his or her identity within a particular social context. And it is concerned with the assertion of sexualities. And it tries to inquire the transformed identities of gender and sexuality of queer people. And the area of the present paper is the study of sexualities and gender identities as a part of queer studies. Though the concepts of gender and sexual identities have their genesis in gender studies, it falls under queer studies, which forms a backdrop of this research paper. And the paper will investigate the role of literature as a tool for activism and also social commentary, particularly concerning LGBT issues in India. It will analyze how the selected text engages with the social political realities, challenge hegemonic power structures, and advocate for social change. And by examining instances of subversion, resistance, and solidarity within the narratives, this paper aims to demonstrate the transformative potential of literature in challenging cultural norms, fostering empathy, and advocating for social justice. And for this, I put some theoretical framework by taking the concepts like terminologies like gender identity, gender roles, gender expression, and gender non-conformity. Gender identity is a complex and varies with the cultural context. And gender roles reflect social expectation for behaviors based on gender. Under gender expression may also change over person's life. Young people often present in hyper feminine or hyper masculine ways. And again, the gender non-conformity refers to the experience of someone who does not identify or express the culturally accepted set of gendered behaviors or actions associated with the sex they were assigned at birth. And here, the term transgender refers to someone who identifies with a gender that is outside the expectation associated with the sex they were assigned at birth.
Sir, please sum up.
Yes.
We are
And
running short of time.
there is a limited, okay, madam. There is a limited scholarly attention given to novels, autobiographies that address sexuality and gender identities, perpetuates a cycle of erasure individuality. By neglecting these texts, academia not only fails to acknowledge the existence, validity of queer voices, but also perpetuates marginalization. And I have taken this, I am Vidya, he or she advocates for the transgender community, challenging social stigma and discrimination. And here in this autobiography, she talks about marginalization of third genders. And I conclude my presentation with the one of the famous lines of Akkai Padmasali. She is the famous activist of transgender in Karnataka. The state of transgenders has been worse than Dalits in the country. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now have Seema Gupta ma'am as the next presenter? Seema Gupta ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
ma'am,
I'm
please
Dr.
carry on.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Seema Gupta from RKST College, Cathal.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And my paper is on the journey of indigenous literature from oral heritage to modern narratives. So, the present paper proposes to examine the journey of indigenous literature from oral heritage to modern narratives and consider it as a powerful means of asserting identities, advocating for rights, and fostering a deeper understanding of indigenous worldviews
offering valuable insights into the diverse and dynamic experience of these communities. So, indigenous literature encompasses the oral and written traditions of the original inhabitants of various regions worldwide. It reflects the cultural, social, and environmental ethos of the country's numerous tribal communities. Central themes include the profound connection to land and nature, where stories emphasize ecological harmony and traditional knowledge. Cultural identity and heritage preservation are also pivotal, with literature depicting customs, rituals, and oral histories to maintain cultural community against modernization. Colonialism's impact and its enduring legacy are critiqued, highlighting the disruption of traditional lifestyles and ongoing struggles for rights and recognition. Social injustice and marginalization are addressed, depicting issues like displacement, exploitation, and discrimination, while celebrating resistance and resilience through narratives of uprisings and community led activism. Historically, indigenous literature was predominantly oral. Stories were passed down through generations, often through performances, ceremonies, and daily activities. These narratives were not just entertainment, they were vital educational tools, teaching lessons about the environment, ethics, and history. With the advent of colonization, many indigenous cultures faced suppression, leading to the near erasure of their literary traditions. However, some traditions persisted and adapted, incorporating new influences while retaining core elements of their cultural heritage. The 20th century marked a significant shift as indigenous writers began to engage with written forms, using them to assert their identities and resist colonial narratives. In North America, authors like N. Scott Momade and Leslie Marmon Silko pioneered the Native American Renaissance, a movement that brought indigenous literature to a broader audience. In Australia, writers like Odegaard, Walker, and Alexei Wright gained prominence, while in New Zealand, authors such as Viti Imera and Patricia Grace brought Maori perspectives to the forefront. Contemporary indigenous literature continues to evolve, blending traditional elements with modern themes and styles. It often addresses issues like identity, land rights, and the legacy of colonialism, while also celebrating the resilience and richness of indigenous cultures. Through novels, poetry, essays, and digital media, indigenous authors today are reclaiming their narratives, fostering cross-cultural understanding, and contributing to global literary landscapes. This ongoing evolution underscores the dynamic and enduring nature of indigenous literature, reflecting its critical role in the cultural and intellectual life of indigenous communities and beyond.
Ma'am, please sum up.
Yes, ma'am. Coming to our country, indigenous literature in India is a rich and diverse body of work that reflects the varied cultural, social, and linguistic traditions of the country's numerous tribal communities. India is home to an estimated 104 million indigenous people who belong to over 700 distinct ethnic groups, each with its own unique language, folklore, and literary traditions. One of the most significant aspects of indigenous literature in India is its close relationship with nature and environment. Many indigenous stories, songs, and myths revolve around the natural world, reflecting the deep connection that these communities have with their land and surroundings. With the advent of written literature, many indigenous stories have been transcribed and published. Efforts by scholars, writers, and activists have led to the publication of anthologies, translations, and research studies that highlight the literary contribution of indigenous communities. The post-independence period in India saw a resurgence of interest in indigenous cultures and literature. Prominent indigenous writers began to emerge, using literature as a means of expressing their identity, challenging stereotypes, and addressing social injustices. And one such writer is G.N. Devi, a linguist and tribal activist. Another significant figure is Mahashweta Devi, a renowned Bengali writer and social activist who dedicated much of her work to highlighting the plight of tribal communities in India. Indigenous authors in India explore a wide range of themes. These themes not only reflect the lived experiences and cultural realities of indigenous communities in India, but also serve as a powerful means of asserting their identities, advocating for their rights. The first important theme is connection to land and nature. I am not taking it in detail, I think. So I am briefing my paper, exploring various themes also. So first is connection to land and nature. Another, we can take up cultural identity and heritage. And the third
Ma'am,
in my
please sum up. Ma'am, please sum up.
Yes, ma'am. I am going to sum
Ma'am,
up.
please sum up.
Yeah, I am going to sum up, please. So colonialism and post-colonialism, and resistance and resilience, displacement and migration. I have taken up all these issues, just touched all these issues, taking various writers. So, to conclude, indigenous literature in India is a testament to the rich cultural heritage. As efforts to preserve and promote Indian languages and literature gain momentum, these literary traditions are likely to play an even more significant role in the cultural and intellectual life of India. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request the session chair to offer her concluding remarks. Over
Thank
to
you,
you,
Dr. Shivangi.
Alka, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shivangi. Thank you, all the participants. First of all, I would like to say my heartfelt thank you to Mrs. Karamjit Kaur, principal of the college, and Dr. Anuradha as well. Coming to the first participant, Nitisha Kajal, whose topic was literature as a tool for cultural preservation and analytical study. She has mentioned the essence of culture is there in indigenous literature, and capturing moments of joy and experience, etc. Indigenous literature resonate with the future generation. That point is very relevant one. This literature plays a crucial role in preserving language, traditions, etc. And these values passes on to the future generation. This is a kind of a bridge between the generations. So that is very relevant. Congratulations, Nitisha. Next is Dr. M.D.S.D, whose topic was Regionality and Originality, a study of Kumavi's novel Aramene. This was a very interesting paper. Dr. M.D.S.D, your paper was really well-researched one. The thrust was upon the sentiments and thoughts of Dalit women, basically, and it was very interesting, that situation and depiction of the life of a slave, and later he became the master of the palace. This is a very interesting novel. I'm going to read this. You have mentioned that change and reform in the society that has been taken place from Dalit's point of view, and you have discussed many aspects of the indigenous literature. That is very commendable. The language also, you have mentioned that language has been given a special flavor, and congratulations, Dr. M.D.S.D. Your presentation was very nice.
Thank you very much.
Next, coming to Sonam, whose topic was Journey Beyond Sightseeing, Navigating Anthropocentrism and Ecocentrism in a Modern Novel. Sonam, you have mentioned that modern travelers, though their purpose behind traveling is the interaction between nature and to preserve ecology. That is very nice. That is a positive aspects, one of the positive aspects of traveling. Technology, you have mentioned about that also, and we should preserve, and resource management should also be there. There is moral and ethical values. These should be there, and we all should work to preserve the integrity and beauty of the nature. I think your paper was a good one, but more focus should be on when the title is about anthropocentrism and ecocentrism. So those should be focused more. Now coming to Raghavendra KB, sir, whose topic was literature as an activism investigating investing the life of a transgender in I Am Vidya. This was a very interesting paper because this is the talk of the day, talking about the transgender and basically the concept of sexuality and the gender identity of the transgender. This is, because they are marginalized and we all should accept their identity. So social acceptance and revealing the identity of the transgender is a very important one. So Dr. Raghavendra has mentioned it very well. He has again said the literature is a tool for communication and social change as well. And this is very relevant for this type of topic as transgender. They should be accepted. There should be social reform in our society. And I am Vidya. He has told that Vidya advocates for the transgender's identity, and that's very commendable to Vidya also and Dr. Raghavendra also that he has taken this topic. This is a very relevant one. Congratulations, Doctor. Now coming to the last one, Seema Gupta ji. You have mentioned about indigenous literature, and that is very apt one because earlier oral literature, original literature was there, and that from oral to written, and that is a kind of vital educational tool teaching moral and ethical values, and that's how we can preserve our heritage, our traditions, and the regionality and originality basically. So you have touched many issues like connections to land and nature, preserving the heritage, resilience, and resistance. That's commendable. So I congratulate all the participants. Very well presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shivangi.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now we will start the valedictory session. And thank you, Dr. Alka Sharma ma'am and Dr. Shivangi for joining us today. And I thank Alka Sharma ma'am for providing such insightful deliberations on each presentation. And I also thank Dr. Shivangi for joining us today and for moderating the entire session very nicely. And
thank you so much, ma'am.
The speaker for the valedictory session will be Dr. Himanshu Parmar from Himachal Pradesh University. And I invite Dr. Achal to briefly introduce sir's profile.
Thank you, Monica ma'am. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Himanshu Parmar, who has won many accolades not only in the academic field, but also in the genre of research. Presently, he is serving as an associate professor, Department of English, in the prestigious HPU Shimla. Dr. Parmar is an accomplished academician, a distinguished author, a collaborative researcher, and an effective mentor to the young scholars. Sir is also a frequent reviewer, discussant, and on session chair for the several professional organizations. Truly, he is a visionary in the field of literature with exceptional contributions in the subject. He has presented 18 research papers in national and international conferences. His able guidance has inspired many young teachers to wade into the ocean of research. His area of interest is Dalit literature. His work and publications in this field are a true asset to the world of literature. In brief, the outstanding educational and research achievements of Dr. Parmar are simply too many to recount. Sir, it is our privilege to have you among us as one of our speakers in today's seminar. Sir, we all have been eagerly waiting for your address. Over to you, sir.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Right. So good afternoon, everyone. And I genuinely don't know from where they have picked up all these accolades that they have mentioned right now. So thank you so much for that. let's see, I'll try to live up to those, but all right. But one thing that I wanted to start before I begin with my valedictory is that one thing which would have liked you to mention was that I have served in Haryana for 14 years. I was in the same university as Ashok sir. Sir gave the keynote in the morning. So I served in Haryana for 14 years, and I'm basically from Himachal. So after 14 years, I came back to Himachal, and it was not only a journey up back into the mountains, but back to my home. It was also a journey that brought me closer to the topic that you have kept for your presentation, because I came closer to a culture which was very distinct and different from the word that we have been using, the mainstream. So I came into a culture which was very different. I was about to use the word indigenous here, but I belong to Kullu basically, so that's very tribal by nature. So it's a topic that has always kind of attracted me. So on that note, I thank you for inviting me to deliver the valedictory address. So I'll start the presentation now, and then we'll move on with it. Mm, right, is my screen visible? Is my screen visible? Can you hear my voice or?
Visible, visible.
Visible, right. Thank you so much, sir. Right, so the topic, as you can see, I think it's almost the same as the morning understanding indigeneity. Ashok sir had the same title, the added past, present, and future to it. When I was asked to speak at the valedictory, so I was trying to assess what could I speak on. And given the fact, again, sir mentioned in the morning that 9th August is also the International Day of World's Indigenous People. So then I had a look at the brochure that was sent to me, and the words retrospects and prospects, they got me thinking, because it gave me the notion of assessing things through the parameters of time. And so the three words in my title, past, present, and the future. And then when I read the brochure completely, I saw some more terms there about this seminar. They used the words evolution, roles and challenges that are being faced. And then there's a line which says they can contribute to something, which kind of affirmed that probably I can speak on the notion on indigeneity through the perspective of time. So that's the central concern of my presentation today. So there would be three basic parts to my presentation. There would be an introduction where we will briefly delve into the terms that are there in the title of the seminar. Then we'll move on to my premise, or the foundational principle around which I will then revolve my arguments before reaching a conclusion. And it has a component of its own, but of course, it draws towards a closure of the presentation. So these are the three sections to my presentation. So starting with the introduction, if we move on with that, the first thing is, again, I know with all the papers and with the keynote address, these things have been addressed, but very briefly delving into these. The first definition, actually, I've picked it up from the popular sources, of course, like the Merriam-Webster dictionary or the Cambridge dictionary. From there, I have picked up these definitions. So the first one is from Merriam-Webster that it's from Merriam-Webster that you can find the first one. And the important terms that we find when we try to define indigenous, it's they use the words native, naturally living in a particular environment. Now that's what Merriam-Webster says: produced, growing, living, or occurring natively or naturally in a particular region or environment. So indigenous is in relation to the people who have been there for a pretty long time. And then it adds one phrase to it. It says, was colonized by a now dominant group. And I think we have discussed the notion of the self and the other. I'll come to it in some time. Apart from that, the Cambridge Dictionary also defines it as the people who originally lived in a place. So people who are the first inhabitants of a particular place, they are the ones we define as indigenous. So coming to the Indian context, if we look at the definitions, who fits into the category of the indigenous? And this is one definition I found online. It's in the site which is related to the Aboriginal groups of India. Now, this is what it says. And it basically refers to the tribes, or in the morning, Ashok sir mentioned the Adivasis or the Mool Nivasis of India. And I normally use the term, I read it somewhere, I don't remember the source, that I call them the First Nations. They are the people that we are talking about here. So in the Indian context, of course, they are the tribals. And there are two very significant markers to their identity, or markers to their existence, or to their, if I use this word, civilization. One is they're illiterate, rather they were illiterate. Of course, times are changing now. Illiterate in the sense that they could not write. They were beyond the notion of scripts, but not illiterate in the sense of somebody being unknowledgeable or somebody not knowing what they are trying or what they are doing. So illiterate but wise. And of course, because of the lack of a script, they are largely oral communities. I just joined when ma'am was presenting a paper and she mentioned orality as one of the features of the indigenous people. So they are oral, and to which G.N. Devi in Painted Words mentions in the introduction to it that the most useful indicator is language, and it's largely spoken language. So the entire concept of indigeneity, there are more features which define them, but two of them that I found very significant and relevant to what I will be speaking on is their illiteracy, in single quotes, of course, and their orality. So that's what defines the tribals for me. The second term in the seminar's title was literature. I think we see literature in two different ways or two different aspects now. One, of course, are the works that are there, and the second is the what do I call it? The way it is written, the aesthetic excellence, as is mentioned here, the aesthetics of writing. Now, this definition gives both the aspects. And I was going through some very popular, again, definitions in different dictionaries. One thing that stood out for me, surprisingly probably, was that the word written was repeatedly used. So much so that even M.H. Abrams, in his Glossary of Literary Terms, when he mentions literature, he refers to the French belles lettres, which means fine letters, and refers to literature as fictional or imaginative writings. So the entire corpus of literature has been pushed towards being scriptal by nature. It's something that is written. So there are a few definitions. I'll just read a few out. It says written artistic works, especially those with a high and lasting artistic value. Writings in prose or verse, again, writings. In fact, say the literature comes from a Latin word which means the use of letters or writing, and then gradually came on to mean knowledge acquired from reading or studying books. Again, reading or studying books is a reference to the written aspect of literature. So we find, and the nearest equivalent that I could find, if we don't use the word written or writing, the word we use is composed. The works were composed by, because also in orality, when we talk, we also talk of composition of things. But then when we come to composition, there is a different problem. And that problem comes with the second part of the definition that I have written at the top of my slide, the perceived aesthetic excellence of their execution. So aesthetic excellence is basically the concept of finding what defines a text to be literature. And in theory, or rather, if I move a bit into the past, there are those elements given by Longinus in On the Sublime, where he talks of certain elements that are required in a work of literature. And in more recent times, if we get into formalism, we start searching for literariness in a text, the components that transfer the fabula into the suse, the story into the plot. This is a specialized way of writing, a way which probably, if I take the example here, doesn't fit here exactly, but when Coleridge mentioned that poetry is not a cup of tea for everyone, but it's something which is gifted. Here, writing or literature becomes an esoteric activity, which is to be undertaken by a select few who know the nuances, the academic nuances of writing. So that is how we have gone on to define literature for a pretty long time. So it's scriptal, and it has to have a certain specialized way of being expressed These two things are very relevant when we come to literature. So then if I join the two terms, indigenous and literatures, a paradox comes to the fore. Because on the one hand, I said that the indigenous literatures are defined by, or indigenous people are defined by their illiteracy and orality. And we say that literature is something which is written and a specialized way of writing. So how do we go on to resolve this conflict? This conflict has gradually, we have the indigenes have shifted towards scriptal writing, but that has been an issue, the contrast that we have created over a long period of time. This actually puts two very significant questions here. One is, if literature is writing, then does orality comprise literature or not? Can we say that something which is oral is literature? And how do we define that orality? Is it in terms of what most of us speak, stories that have transferred from one generation to the other? Or there are certain more aspects to it that we need to think of? And if the basic premise of writing is different, it's oral, or of creating text is different, it's oral and not scriptal, then what about the aesthetics of excellence that we were looking forward to in the previous definition, the perceived aesthetic excellence of their execution? Does it remain the same or not? These are certain questions, but my purpose today is slightly different. So I won't get into these questions that are there. But of course, leaving these technicalities aside, I found a definition. It's by a critic called Perez, and he gives this definition of indigenous literature, or what does it mean to be an indigenous poet. So there are two or three important references here in the definition. He refers to the honoring of his motherland and ancestors in stories. That is one. So we also realize when you use the word stories that we are expanding the definition of literature when it comes to orality. It's not really the written text that is there. So he says, so one is the notion of honoring your homeland, which is a traditional and a cultural marker. We are dealing with the cultural and traditional markers here. I think somebody has. This is Abitha Selvakumaran. So if you could, ma'am, if somebody can just mute it. Right, thank you. So honoring the homeland is a cultural marker, something that they identify with, somewhere they belong. The idea of critiquing colonialism is something that they do, and also the homeland and ancestors is a connect to the past, the retrospect, as we were talking of in the title. And then advocating for a thriving and sustainable future is a reference to the struggle and resistance and the future path, the prospects that they have. So indigenous literature's definition is a reference to texts or to literatures which deal with the homeland, the ancestors, with critiquing their exploitation and eventually talking of a sustainable future. This is something, again, what exactly do we mean when we talk of sustainable futures? We'll come to that as well. So indigenous literatures. And as I said, the last terms are retrospects and prospects. And the next two slides, this and the next one, will basically sum up, or rather will be my basic premises around which my argument will go. So once we are done with indigenous, we're done with literature, we are done with indigenous literatures. Natural sequence in the title and in general as well is a reference to the terms retrospects and prospects. The question of chronological movement, how has indigenous literature moved across and in time? So the time frame is relevant, that's why my title. So retrospect, of course, again, pick up the popular dictionaries, Cambridge and Webster is what I've referred to. It's about thinking now about something in the past, something that happened sometimes in the past, and now we are thinking about it. Or it's a meditation or a review of our past events. That's how we define retrospect. And when we come to prospects, it's the idea of something that will or might happen in the future, Cambridge, and the act of looking forward. So while retrospect is trying to analyze what happened at a particular point in the past. And prospects is how we move ahead from a particular point in time. Both retrospect and prospects are inherently connected to, therefore, a larger concept, which is called time, the concept of the time frame. And we know in the notions of time, we move diachronically or synchronically. So while diachronic movement is a vertical movement where we try to assess the historical growth and the development of anything for that matter. And synchronic is a spatial concept. It's a horizontal concept at a certain point in time. From there, from that vantage point, we try to look at things. So the concept of retrospect and prospects has to be done from a certain synchronic positioning across the lines of indigenous literatures or indigenous lives development. So that movement would be my central concern. And the phrase that I use for it is, and the phrase that I use for it here is the word I use is introspection. We need to introspect. We need to look at ourselves. We need to look within ourselves, or in a larger context, we need to see as to what transpired. We need to retrospect, and we need to see what's the movement ahead for us as far as indigeneity and indigenous literatures are concerned. So moving across this frame of time would be my primary concern. So introspection, as I said, is what I'm calling it. So this is my basic idea as I move on now. I'm moving beyond the introduction to the arguments now. I would try to see the current scenario about indigenous lives and literatures. Now that synchronicity, my point of reference would be the present times. And then I would move diachronically across it. I would fuse the two, diachronic and synchronic here. So the reference point would be today. And we would see the situation of the indigenes in contemporaneity, and then try to move one to the past. We move one to the past, trying to find the reasons as to why the situation is what it is, and then move to the future, trying to find out as to what are the possibilities, as I've written here, what are the avenues, what is the way ahead for indigenous literatures and indigeneity as a whole. So this is my basic argument that I'll be discussing with. So if I go to the first one, if we look at the indigenous life, indigenous literatures from the present times, I have 3 slides related to it. And this is the first one here. The life of the indigenous people, has been sidelined, or worse. It's like this. It's at best sidelined. At worst, it's completely negated. Now, the quotes that I have mentioned here, 2 of them. The first one is from, it's just a book called Mother Forest, The Unfinished Story of C.K. Janu. She's a tribal leader. And if we read this, we realize that there's a very clear distinction between 2 different lifestyles, 2 different social orders. One is the educated, elite, powerful section, which is referred to by the words like several cultural and environmental activists who have power in their hands, and therefore they go about governing the things of the tribal life. The second part is they are demanding that the government act to oust the tribals from the forest area. So now the tribals are the uncivilized section who are not aware of the way they need to live in their natural habitat. So this is when she was the tribal people, the people of a tribe were forcibly shifted from their land, and she sat down to protest that. And the reason that was being given was that the entire area was being declared a wildlife sanctuary. And it was being told that the tribals did not know how to live with the wild animals. And so they needed to be removed from there. And we're talking of a culture, we're talking of a section of people who have lived in those areas since the very beginnings. It reminds me of a very good example from an Odia text. It's an early 20th century text, I guess, and it's called Paraja. Paraja is a tribe in Odisha. And there is the protagonist whose wife is killed by a tiger. And the writer says that the death of the wife was an occasion of sorrow for him. But he was not devastated at that because he knew, living in the forest, this came as collateral. But what he could not fathom was when the government people came and told them that they're not supposed to cut trees because it's because of them that we are having a lot of deforestation. He could not understand how to cope up with that. So we have basically negated their very existence in the contemporary times. And I've seen this of late even because as I said, I am from Himachal, so I came back from Haryana here and looking around Kullu where I belong to. There are reserve areas from where people have been asked to move, which probably makes no sense if we think of it that way. The second one comes from, so the first one is from CK Janu, that's in towards Kerala, Wayanad area. And the second one is from the northeast, it's Mawangdai, it's the Legends of Pensam. So the reduction of them to be mere laborers, people who do odd jobs so that they can cope up in the present times. So we have, in a way, completely decimated their way of life. We are not even ready to acknowledge that they have something which is valuable or something worth mentioning. So we are completely brushing them aside, reducing their status, probably in the social order, to complete others or somebody who doesn't even exist. So a similar incident I remember happened with me a few years ago when we were discussing something related to, not tribals actually, discussing something related to Dalit literature. And one of the senior teachers came up and said, we're dealing with the text Madida Diva by Gurdiyal Singh, a Punjabi text. And the teacher said that this text is sham because there is no caste system in the Punjab, which came as a surprise to all of us. So that is how we have very categorically tried to decimate things that have been there, but are not in line or in sync with what we want to promote. So that is one thing we are facing. So now with this, their orality is being decimated. Now these are three pictures here, just to give you some examples, concrete examples as to how the oral literatures are being decimated. If you look at the first picture, there's a temple in front. I think some of you might be knowing this is the highest Christian temple in the world. And the place is called Yulakanda. It's in Kinnaur. It's a trek of 12 kilometers from a village called Yula. But if you look at the picture very carefully, to the left side of the picture, you can find two streams coming out. If I can use the mouse here, you can see two streams coming down here. Now, this is not merely water, but this is what I'm now trying to tell you. Now, this Christian temple is said to have been made by the Pandavas. And they say that they were traveling from here during their Gyatwas and they reached this place, found a beautiful lake, built a temple dedicated to Lord Krishna, and they left from there. Now, this is the scripted mainstream that we have. But if you look at those two things there, this is the local story. The local story is not even related to the Mahabharata. The story goes that the entire area, and this is one difference, the temple is a small place that's sacred, the Garbhagriha as we call it, but the entire meadow, Kanda in Kinnori means meadow. So the entire meadow is the area of the Nagin, the serpent goddess. And these are her tears towards the left-hand side that I'm marking now. These are her tears because she's away from her husband who's down there in the village. Now, if you ask anyone, and I've seen a lot of Instagram and YouTube and Facebook videos and uploads and internet, I've searched the internet, I could not come across one source which dealt with the local oral narrative of the place. Everywhere it's known only for Lord Krishna and no one else. But orality stands very different. Similarly, the second picture belongs to Mani Mahesh. This is in Chamba, considered to be the abode of Lord Shiv. And we have that Shiv Kund at the bottom. Then we have a Parvati Kund, some 5 kilometers down from here. But again, the place orally is sacred, not holy, sacred. And we'll come to the distinction for the Gaddis. the nomads, the people who take sheep across. They cross from here, they reach Lahol Spiti, again another tribal belt, and this mountain is said to be sacred because there was one Gaddi who climbed it, and they say that there is a tunnel moving from here that ends up somewhere in Lahore from where he took his sheep, an easier way rather than crossing the entire Kukti Pass. So they don't believe in the story of Shiv here, they believe in the local story, but again, the scriptural documents have always referred to Shiv. The third one is Malana. Those of you who have been to Kullu would be knowing it's the oldest democracy in the world, people who claim themselves to be the descendants of Alexander the Great. They have a language which is very different from the Kulvi language, it's called Kanashi. And their presiding deity and the presiding deity of the entire Kullu region is Jamlu. But then the written scriptures connect Jamlu to Jamdagni, the Rishi in Ramayana we find. But if you look at the local cultures, you find that it's not Jamdagni for the localites, it's Jamlu, a local human who came from the origin of the Parvati River carrying the gods on his shoulders or on his head in a basket when he had a fight with a demon deity of the area. And because no one lost, he became the the judicial head, and the demon god became the administrative head of Malana. But again, the written scriptures rarely or hardly discuss these things. So these are basically the indigenous people, the tribal, as I said, or the people who have lived there for a very long time, the original natives of a place, who have their own stories and literature, but in that desire to get connected to the mainstream, we have somewhere decimated the entire construct of their orality. Consequently, an hierarchy has been created. Hierarchy of the scriptal versus the oral, where of course the scriptal becomes the better one, as in binaries. The first one is the good one. Oral becomes the inferior one. In consequence, the scriptal stories are mythologies, and the oral ones are folklores, folk tales, not significant that ways. So again, the myths and the scripts become dominant, whereas the oral and the folk, they become marginal, creating that binary of mainstream and the peripheries as it is there. Not only that, apart from then negating indigenous literatures, it also questions the way the indigenes represent their literature. For them, there are traditional ways of telling their stories which are almost they're very particular about it. They don't want any variations to it. But then we have done that. You can see one quote that I have mentioned here. This again comes from among the legends of Pensam. It's the story of the Adi tribe in Arunachal Pradesh. So that's where they are mentioning that things have changed. Although I would put a counter to it as well. And the counter is that there is a theatrical form, I think, in the Northeast. It's called Theatre Under the Sal Trees. And there, the traditional theatrical performances are kind of performed in a natural surrounding without the use of any microphones or any other thing. They use the natural ambience and the natural acoustics of sal trees to perform. So there is a way to go back to it, but in the technological advancement, we are losing out on the traditional ways of telling stories. In addition to it, we are also losing out on the basic concept of the sacredness, as I mentioned earlier, of their stories. They're not religious for them, they're sacred. That means they have a very specific way of telling their stories. If it's this oral, as I mentioned, we elaborate it. For them, their orality refers to, and I'll quote here, this comes from a text called The Adivasi Will Not Dance. It's a text by Hansdas Suvendra Shekhar, and he says in the story, our music, our dance, our songs are sacred to us Santals. It's about the Santals. But hunger and poverty has driven us to sell what is sacred to us. When my boys perform at a Diku wedding, I'm so foolish. I expect everyone to pay attention. So now the traditional ways of storytelling, which are performative by nature rather than scriptural by nature, are being used as a source of exotic entertainment. If you read this, it's a short story in the book called The Adivasi Will Not Dance. The story is also called The Adivasi Will Not Dance. There is a tribal who has to perform before the President of India, and he delivers a speech saying that I cannot do that. So that sacredness is taken away from them, and it is simply something that is to be shown to people. as a part of the exotic. So that's where the entire indigenous literature has been ignored and sidelined by us. Why? Now we come down to the idea of retrospection. What went wrong? Why is it that the indigenous literatures, indigenous life is completely sidelined and dealt to be as inferior? Two very significant reasons that I found out. One is that somewhere down the line, as we started moving diachronically, the mythologies of the mainstream took the shape of being factual histories. And the quote that I have mentioned here, this is what Max Muller says. This is by Muller, who says that somewhere along the line, the ancients lost track of the actual significance of the myths. Somewhere myths from being symbolic, they became literal. So when we historicize it, and it's a very sad state of affairs, because it's very interesting. It's when Salman Rushdie was criticized for Midnight Children and take other texts that he wrote. At one place he said, and he wrote it he said it in an interview to Midnight Children. He said, you know, even my mother knew when she read my novel that it's just a story. It's just a story. So myths in their basic grain, they are stories. They're not actual events. They're symbolic representation. I'll give a very good example of that's very interesting, basically. In Himachal, near Shimla, there's a place called Jubal Kotkai. If you move towards Rodu, there are renditions of Ramayana there. So when Ram goes to fight Ravan, he's accompanied by some people more than his regular army. He's accompanied by the Pandavas. He's accompanied by the Mughals. He's accompanied by the Britishers. All of them, they fight alongside Ram against Ravan. Symbolic. That's what mythologies stand for. They're localized. The basic trait of being stories is there. Even Bhas in 1st century AD, he wrote various rewritings of Ramayana and Mahabharata. So they're basically stories. But what we have done is we have made them history. And in the process, because they're binaries, myths and folk tales, if myths are history, as a consequence, anything related to folklore is false. It becomes superstitious. It becomes too primeval, primitive, and naive to be taken seriously. So there is an entire contradiction. So we don't realize that folklore is the locals' way of looking at the world, just like myths are ways of the mainstream to look at their world. But we don't take that into cognizance. And the combination of the historicization of myths and this word I've written, superstitiousizing of folklore, creates a very complex construct where an entire face of the civilization is sidelined. It is demeaned. It's considered to be non-existent completely. So, and what do we get? We get a homogeneous trend, as it's written here, greater homogenization of culture. We move towards a homogeneous mainstream where the indigenes, they become the other, the ones who are the marginals, someone who's at the periphery of the entire social order. So this is what I believe the entire concept of historicization has done to us. So then what are the ways out? How do we go about doing it? We have come to the conclusion that they have a marginal status, if accepted that they do exist, which probably we have to because they do exist. There are two possibilities, right? I've written it. There are two things that can happen. One is, with the passage of time, probably the indigene would be completely annihilated, or somehow they would manage to redeem, is a word I've deliberately used here. They would manage to resist, and resistance is being witnessed. They would manage to resist and survive, which I think is more likely the case because it would invoke a lot of violence to completely annihilate the indigene existence. But the problem is, do we acknowledge that existence or we don't do that? So resistance is there. I gave you an example. C.K. Jano is a tribal leader. A very interesting example of tribal uprisings or the native uprising is the Chipko Andolan. I mentioned it here, though slightly out of place, for one very interesting reason. We all know Chipko Andolan by its name, but we don't know the fact that when it was initiated, the original term that was used was Angalwaltha, which in Gharwali means to embrace. But the written document of Chipko Andolan has very conveniently taken over the orality of Angalwaltha. The local equivalent of Angalwaltha has been taken away from them. So script has come to the fore. Of course, as I said, there is resistance. There are people like Ali Sakka and Dr. Ajay Dandekar and Mahashweta Devi, and the list goes on, G.N. Devi, people who have tried to redeem or to bring the indigenous literature back on its feet. But of course, I'm not going to deal with my idea slightly area of topic. My topic is slightly different right now. It's not the rebellion and resistance, but I want to discuss on what is at stake. What is there for us to lose if indigeneity is lost? What is there for us to gain if indigeneity survives? That is what I wanted to focus on. And I start with the loss first. And I've divided into two sections: literature, life, or life literature. You can put it either way. What shall be lost if indigeneity loses out on it? The first thing is that a way of representing a very different lifestyle, a very different cultural paradigm would be lost. The cultural paradigm I'll come to, that's a way of living. And these are two phrases I use a lot. The indigenes have their lived experiences against the more abstract theories that the mainstream professes. They are more steeped in what they do day in and day out. That is why I use the word sacred and not religious. Their life works around the principle of sacredness. They have their own routines. For example, if you get into the Northeast and get into the Adi tribe, uh, Ashok says he was talking in the morning, but he didn't mention it. Even the activity of hunting for the Adi tribe is a sacred act. Much like the Avatar movie, where we see that the lady killed an animal and then she apologizes, it's almost very, very close to that. And if you look at some other cultures as well, you would realize that the tradition of apologizing because they see life in everything is very important. So they have their own lived experiences which need to be told or need to be expressed. And if we lose the indigenous literatures in life, we will be losing on that. They have their own little traditions, the small rituals, their performances, their customs, which are very different from the mainstream. I'll come to it again, but they would be lost if we do not sustain indigenous literatures. So mainstream, we see mainstream deals with the principle of the grand. They are the grand recettes, the petit recette, the terms that the new historians use a lot. They go missing. These people, again, as Foucault uses, are accidental presences, but they are losing out on it because the literature, if it's lost, we shall lose them. And in the process, we shall lose the indigenous life. The indigenous life shall be entirely lost on us. The customs would be gone forever with the loss of literature. And one example, this line that I've quoted, this comes from the work called The Tribal Life of Verrier Elwin. And we all know Verrier Elwin. He worked with the Gonds for a very long time, even married a Gond girl, I guess. So he mentions it. He says, see, they're not left with art and crafts. They do not weave. They don't carve in wood. Their pots and baskets, they don't make anymore. Their language is not spoken by the people anymore. So we are on the way of losing an entire alternative civilization if we don't take cognizance of the indigenous life and literatures. On the contrary, what are we set to gain if we stick to the indigenous literature, indigenous people, if we are able to redeem them? This is very Elwin saying that the Gonds are a highly cultured people. We have a very well arranged, maintained culture of the indigenes. I'll give two examples that come from my part of the world. As I told you, I'm from Kullu. I'm very close to the tribal belt. And I remember my grandfather and my uncles telling me that we essentially are the tribals and not a part of the mainstream. Though, that is one reason why I associate myself very nicely with indigenous literatures and people, because I'm also somebody who is somewhere in the middle of being a non, what do we call it? A non orthodox person and orthodoxy. I'm somewhere in the middle of that, neither here nor there. So in my part of the world, there's a very good system. The two examples I'll give. One is there's a system where it's not related to the tribes entirely, but a lower caste person is related to an upper caste family. And just like that, a poor family is related to a rich family. It's called the Betu system in my part of the world. The idea is to sustain somebody who cannot sustain himself on his own. A culture where you think about the other person alongside yourself. A culture where we believe that the other person has the right to live as much as you have. This is also seen during the festivals in my village, where, and I was reading the chat during the inaugural session. Somebody had mentioned how do we go about discussing the sacrifices that they make, the indigenous people. And I'll come to that point. In my part of the world, sacrifices are very significant. And the reason for that is the sacrifices that are made of animals, they are consumed. And when they are consumed, dham, we call it, even in Haryana, we know it. When it is consumed, there are three different sections in which it is divided. One carries the gravy, again, a word I'm using. The second carries the pieces of flesh that is being cooked. Third carries the good organs of the animal. And all three are given separately to everyone. It's not that you have all the things mixed up together. So you, wo karchi se jo bhi nikalta hai, whatever comes out, that is what is served. All the three things are served to every individual, irrespective of caste, class, gender, sex, anything, elder, younger, rich, poor. They serve it to everyone. The basic principle of the sense of subsistence for everyone is the institution of the Devta that I'm talking about here. We have a system, it's very strong. So we don't have what do we call it again? I said it, we don't have big holy areas. We have Asthan Devta, we have sacred spaces. That's how we work around. So the institution of Devta is very strong. That gives us a specific way of living. So that is something that is to be gained, the idea of living together. We all read news of people, not bothering about somebody who's lying down after an accident. We don't care, but in the indigenous life, in the marginal life, these things don't even exist. It's a very different culture. I have more examples from personal life coming, but I'll discuss if I have time later on. So, and in literature, we have the immediate significance, which is concrete by nature. We have local, as I've written here, these are local reference points of a culture. They are cultural markers of a civilization. Markers which create cultural memories. And the question would come again, I think it would come because I said of sacrifices. From there it comes that now they don't need it. So why have sacrifices even now? It's important that we have these cultural markers in literature and in life because they give you a sense of solidarity and belongingness. It's not only about the financial independence, it's also about being a part of a world. And a very good example, a few years ago, I watched a video on YouTube. The most remote area in the Zanskar area of Ladakh, where you have to walk on frozen Zanskar River for 9 days to reach that place. The person brings his children to Ladakh, takes them back on vacation to his home, comes back to drop them, and then takes them back. Somebody asked him, why doesn't he shift to Ladakh, to Leh, to stay with his family? He said, my roots are in my home. I cannot leave my roots and move. I'll take the trouble of coming with my kids because I know that they need to live there, but I'll not leave my roots. Now, that belongingness is something which is very significant. And this is what is to be gained if we hold the indigenous life in literature with us. And of course, a bigger gain that comes is it tells you the true nature of a civilization, that it's not homogeneous by nature. It's not all about visible culture. There is something behind it, and that something is extremely significant to offer a comprehensive view to life and literature. And that is where we will gain a lot if we retain indigenous literatures. Now, I'll give you some concrete examples. What do they bring to the table? I've discussed abstractions, right? I've discussed things, ऐसा होना चाहिए, ये चीजें खराब हो जाती हैं, वो ये लेकर आते हैं. How do they do it? How do they bring about that counter homogenization, or how do they bring about those cultural markers? So I've put down some quotes here to show what exactly is at stake. This will also tell you some very significant things about indigenous life and literatures. So if you read these quotes, the first one, it comes from Mamang Dai in the Legends of Pensam. And the second one also comes from the same text. You see the way they have acknowledged and understood the significance of change and have accepted it. Their flexibility to deviations in single quotes, their flexibility to accepting what is not theirs or a part of their world. It shows that. The third one, it's about, it comes from a book called A Nomad Called Thief by G.N. Devi. And it's about, Ashok Sir was mentioning in the morning, the Chara community that lives in Gujarat, around Ahmedabad. Now, this is what they said. See, the ritual sacrifice connects the members of the community. The clan identity is reaffirmed through it. The idea of sticking to one's culture, the idea of being firm to belong to the place you are from. Similarly, the next slide, this is relevant. The first one, sticking to one's culture of being honest, of being sincere to the other person. This line, the first one actually, and the second one reminds me of, if you've read it, The Shield of Achilles by W.H. Auden, who says that there is an urchin, a boy, loitering around the waste. He doesn't know of a world where people kept their promises. He doesn't know of a world where people could live and die for one another. He has only known a world where people can kill each other. So this is a world where people live for their promises. And the last one, which is there, is a reference to the sacredness, where the gods, the people will stand by your side. And the interesting thing here is the fact that these features, the features are common. The principle of sacredness is there in the previous slide, and in this slide, the sticking to cultures is there. While the first one comes from the Indian indigenous literatures, all the three quotes in this slide come from Native American indigenous tribes. All the three, they're different tribes. The first one is a reference to the Iroquois tribe. There are 5 nations of Iroquois. The second one comes from the Chippewa tribe. And the third one comes from the Shawnee tribe.